was still all puffed up with anger. She turned her angry little face away, her big eyes glistening with stubborn tears. She clenched her tiny fists and held her round little belly, no longer wanting to pay attention to her mom and dad or the world's worst doctor aunt who would give her vaccinations. The doctor couldn't help but laugh at her lively little expression while doing a full-month health checkup for Zhu Tuan. "Baby, look this way." The doctor placed Zhu Tuan in a prone position and took out a big red ball, moving it slowly in front of her eyes. Although Snowball is angry, she is instantly attracted by the red ball. She turns her neck, her bright big eyes follow the red ball. "Doctor, the baby can lie on her stomach, lift her head at an angle of 90 degrees, look for sound sources, and can also track with her eyes." Snowball hums and pouts her lips in a proud manner, her little chin slightly raised. The doctor raised an eyebrow and continued, "What a smart baby. When she hears adults talking, she can also make simple sounds in response." Little Snowball frowned slightly. She didn't want to respond in a simple tone at all, and even less did she want to pay attention to all the adults' Tilda. The doctor smiled as she flipped the very expressive chubby baby back onto her back. Sitting in front of the computer, she tapped away and asked, "Is the baby fed breast milk, formula, or a combination? Is it direct breastfeeding or bottle feeding?" Lin Jinyan looked at the little baby who was still sulking and helplessly said, "Purely breastfed, and it's bottle fed." The doctor pointed to an image displayed on the computer screen and explained to Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue, "The growth curve is very steep and the baby is developing very well, surpassing more than 90% of peers. You can continue with the current feeding method. Babies who are exclusively breastfed need daily supplements of vitamins A and D, and mothers also need to supplement with calcium." After discussing the feeding issues, Lin Jinyan pulled back the flesh on Zhu Duanian's potato-like arms, revealing a shallow pink dot in one of the creases. Lin Jinyan asked with concern, "It seems like the baby has some eczema here. How should we handle it?" Kai Yue bent down to take a look, his brow slightly furrowing. The doctor reassured the two overly nervous new parents. "There's no need to worry. Eczema is a common allergic skin condition in newborns. Generally, if it's not serious, no treatment is required, but you should regularly trim the baby's nails to prevent scratching and ensure proper daily moisturizing." Lin Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her phone's notes and wrote down the key points mentioned by the doctor. Snowball noticed that the adults were gathered together chatting, and nobody was paying attention to her. She felt even more wronged and angry, thumping her chubby thighs down, making an exceptionally loud clang sound. The doctor turned his face, raised an eyebrow, and leisurely explained to everyone, "This is the baby trying to grab everyone's attention." Lin Jinyan smiled and said, "Snowball, wait a moment. Daddy and Mommy are chatting with the doctor auntie." Kai Yue smiled and said, "We'll play later. Right now, there's something important to attend to." Nonsense. She wasn't trying to attract anyone's attention at all. Zhu Tuan was anxious. She clenched her little pink fists and babbled, wanting to curse but helpless because she had zero vocabulary. She couldn't even curse out loud. The doctor saw Zhu Tuan's proud little look and found it extremely cute, continuing to smile as he said, "Look, the baby understood. Although a little baby can't accurately grasp the specific content of what adults say, they can understand the meaning from adults' expressions, tones, and behaviors. So parents shouldn't think that the baby is too young not to interact with her. You should play with her more. She will respond to you with gestures or baby talk." Lin Jianian softly said, "So she can understand. Then from now on, Mommy will talk to you more." Kai Yue crossed her arms and said casually, "Kids are quite clever." "Pretty smart, huh?" The little Snowball pouted, her round face puffed up like a bun, silently protesting in her heart. Can't adults stop speculating about her actions and thoughts all the time? They simply cannot understand the real her. HMPH tilde. The Snowball was angry for a full minute. She sulked and turned her little face away, not wanting to talk to anyone. It wasn't until the pacifier was shoved into her mouth that she calmed down. After coming out of the pediatric department, it was just the right time for Zuduan to have her milk. To fulfill the promise of going out to play, Kai Yue pushed the stroller directly to a park near the hospital, while Lin Jinyan heated up a bottle of breast milk with the electric warmer. Kai Yue took Zuduan out of the stroller, chose a bench where she could bask in the sun, sat down and fed Zuduan. The sky was a deep blue with a few wispy clouds drifting by, resembling melted cotton candy trailing sugar strands. The sunlight poured down, casting a golden net over the earth. Opposite the bench was a neatly trimmed lawn, where several children played, kicked a ball, and chased each other. The little dumpling nestled in her father's arms, sipping the warm, sweet milk, immediately lost all her temper. Her Michelin tire-like legs, wrapped in white cotton socks, lay obediently still, completely focused on the important task of drinking milk. Suck, suck, gurgle, gurgle, drinking milk is too tiring, taking a breath. Keep sucking and sucking, gurgle, gurgle. Her chubby cheeks on both sides became round due to the forceful sucking. Her skin also changed from light pink to crimson. Her big eyes were half-closed, full of intoxication. Lin Jinyan was wiping the milk stains flowing from the corner of the little one's mouth while helplessly lamenting, "Zuduan, you can drink a little slower. No one is going to snatch it from you." Every time it came to the issue of drinking milk, Zuduan became particularly anxious. Watching her drink, it seemed as if she wanted to gulp down the whole bottle in one go, as if she were afraid someone would snatch it from her. Kai Yueshan smiled lightly, so greedy. Although Kai Yue was still not very good at changing diapers, he was already showing initial results in feeding milk. The man's strong and large palm grasped the small milk bottle, holding it and the milk in a horizontal position. The snowball happily drank milk and didn't complain to her dad about the reflection of his watch face blinding her eyes, nor about her gluttony. With her little round paws neatly by her side and her short legs motionless, the snowball decided to forgive the whole world since she had milk to drink. The snowball finished 120 milliliters of milk in 3 minutes, her little belly round and swollen, and she felt incredibly content. She happily closed her eyes and fell asleep without saying a word. After falling asleep, Kai Yue and Lin Jianyan looked at each other. The couple lowered their voices to discuss. Lin Jianyan asked, "Didn't they say you have to burp the baby after each feeding?" Kai Yue hesitated a bit, "But she's already asleep. Can we still burp her?" Lin Jianyan shrugged, expressing that she didn't know, and felt a bit regretful for not bringing the aunt along this time due to overconfidence. Lin Jinyan thought for a moment and then said confidently, "Yes, I saw that after the snowball fell asleep, Aunt Zhao still patted her back." Lin Jinyan spread a light blue small scarf over her shoulder and said to Kai Yue, "Let me try putting her on my shoulder and patting vertically." Kai Yue looked at Lin Jinyan's eager expression and replied, Both new parents were quite inexperienced, and their movements were very awkward. Kai Yue held the snowball by the nape of its neck in one hand and supported its bottom with the other, preparing to place the snowball on Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan hurriedly leaned in to catch it. Unexpectedly, the plump little one, originally sleeping soundly and wrapped in a blanket, startled with a jerk, its limbs twitching slightly and its small mouth pouting, almost on the verge of crying. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue immediately stopped their movements, holding the previous pose and not daring to move, not even to breathe. After a minute passed like this, the two confirmed that Zhu Tuan was really sleeping soundly and continued with their previous playful moves. Kai Yue lifted Zhu Tuan's head to a vertical position, and at the same time, Lin Jianyan spread out his hands to catch Zhu Tuan. Together, they gently placed Zhu Tuan's small face onto the little handkerchief on Lin Jianyan's shoulder. Zhu Tuan's chubby feet twitched a little, but she did not jump again or wake up. She obediently snuggled in her mother's arms, her soft little face tilted against her mother's shoulder. Under the warm winter sun, the closed eyelids of Zutuan seemed to be coated with a layer of natural highlighter eyeshadow. The couple exchanged a glance and simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. As she took the plump and warm small gas cylinder, Lin Jinny felt as if her heart was completely filled at that moment. Such a small ball of fluff, soft and leaning against her, its chubby little body even brushed against her affectionately. The little dumpling was exuding a milky fragrance, like freshly baked buttery bread. The gentle breeze carried the warmth of the sun, and Lin Jinyan even felt the soft, delicate strands of snow sweeping lightly across her neck. The little soft belly of the cub was snugly pressed against her chest, which was also where her heart beat. Lin Jinyan couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. A heart was soaking in honey. Although Lin Jinyan was captivated, she did not forget what she had to do. She cupped her palm into a hollow shape and gently patted the little one's back from bottom to top. Kai Yue stood still, his gaze fixed on the mother and daughter. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if the world was swaying with a gentle halo. The soft, chubby face of the little one was squashed into a soft, plump peach, topped with a layer of light, fine fuzz. Lin Jinyan's deep black eyes were filled with gentle smiles, the tip of her nose lightly shining, and her smooth, long hair flowing with luster. The air seemed to be filled with a sweet fragrance. The most noticeable scent was that of the shampoo Lin Jinyan loved to use. Kai Yue was momentarily dazed. He couldn't help but think of Lin Jinyan when he was 16 in his sophomore year. At that time, she also had long black straight hair, but she tied it into a high ponytail every day. One morning, while queuing down the stairs to do morning exercises, the stairwell was crowded with students, and Lin Jinyan's hair tie was accidentally bumped off by someone. The girl with long hair was anxiously looking down for her hair ties. Later, during the morning exercise, there would be teachers specifically checking the students' appearances, and having unkempt hair was strictly prohibited. Amidst the bustling crowd, Kai Yue happened to be walking just behind Lin Jinyan on the staircase corridor. He caught the scent of the girl's hair in the air, a combination of shampoo with the fragrance of gardenia and amber, seemingly mixed with a hint of pure and sweet girl's body fragrance. Kai Yue couldn't help but softly sniff, wanting to smell that third unique scent more clearly. He heard Lin Jinyan's anxious and tense voice. "It's strange, the rubber band clearly fell here. Where did it go?" She was so anxious that her nose turned red and her eyes were moist, looking very pitiful. Zio Menki was walking ahead, turning back to shout, "Jizzy, don't fall behind. I have extra rubber bands here." Kai Yue heard Lin Jinyan let out a heavy sigh of relief, her pale face regaining color as she ran towards Zio Menki, saying while running, "You scared me to death. If Director Jiang catches me without my hair tied up, it will be disastrous." Kai Yue ultimately did not smell the third fragrance. That unique and alluring scent of a girl vanished the moment Lin Jinyan left. Li Mingzhu, who was at the back of the team, was joking and laughing with Kai Yue, sharing crude jokes that aren't suitable for young boys. Kai Yue did not hear a single word. His expression was indifferent, with one hand tucked into his pocket. No one knows that his fingers are entangled with a girl's hair tie in his pocket. He wraps it around his index finger, tightens it, circles it, and continues to play with it on his fingertip with delight. A Firestone blue silk hair tie. The one that Lin Jinyan cried and searched for but couldn't find. A loud burp abruptly pulled Kai Yue back from his past into reality. The snowball leaned against Mom's shoulder, wriggling its chubby body, and let out a small baby burp. Lin Jinyan felt a sense of accomplishment, smiled, and winked at Kai Yue, his eyes sparkling with fragmented light, mouthing to him, "Aren't I amazing?" He successfully shot the burp for the first time. Kai Yue had one hand in his pocket, his thin lips slightly raised, and a meaning that was hard to describe in his pitch-black narrow eyes. At this moment, the 16-year-old Kai Yue and the 24-year-old Kai Yue became one. He is not only smelling it now, but he has even tasted a third flavor. He has also developed a deeper bond with this woman. Even if this possession was stolen or taken by force, he still savors it. When Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were walking in the park pushing the snowball, the phone from the Kai family old residence suddenly rang. Zhang Wenli said anxiously, "Didn't you say you'd come over right after the vaccination? The full moon banquet is ready, and the friends are all here, just waiting for you." "For you." Kai Yue replied flatly, "We're going back now." Zhang Wenli urged, "Hurry up and bring my granddaughter over." The family of three was enjoying the sun. Kai Yue was pushing the baby stroller with one hand and responded with a good in that direction. Zhu Tuan's full moon banquet was held at the Kai family's old house. Since Zhu Tuan was too young and had an early bedtime, today's banquet was scheduled for midday. Half an hour later, Kai Yue drove, bringing Lin Jinyan and Zhu Tuan to the Kai family home. The family mansion of the Kai family is located halfway up Yunqi Mountain, which has a superior geographical location, being in the city center yet serene. Overlooking the bustling CBD area of City A, it is the most valuable affluent area in City A. Moreover, the Kai family's mansion is one of the symbols of luxury and grandeur in this affluent area. The titanium alloy gate emits a cold light, while the black iron fence is entwined with jacaranda, and the bulletproof glass of the security booth shines brightly. The elegant and luxurious exterior walls made of Italian limestone, along with the meticulously maintained lawn, garden, sculptures, and swimming pool, all showcase the impressive strength of the Kai family, which has stood for 100 years and should not be underestimated. A black Cullinan is parked at the entrance of the Kai family mansion, and the small gas cylinder on the infant seat seems to awaken, assessing the situation at this moment. Outside the car door, the old housekeeper of the Kai family opened the back seat door. At that moment, the sunlight was just shining through the open car door, warming the little snow dumpling's face. The meat bun snow dumpling just opened her eyes but was immediately poked by the sunlight. She quickly closed her eyes, turned her chubby little face to the side, and transformed into a rosy peach spirit. The old housekeeper hadn't seen such a small child in many years and was almost melted by the cuteness of the snow dumpling. The old housekeeper watched Kai Yue grow up, but he had already forgotten what Kai Yue looked like as a child. After all, no one is as cute as Miss Kai Zhu. However, Miss Kai Zhu's temper doesn't seem to be that good. She got woken up by the sunlight and was angry because she hadn't slept enough. The little dumpling was whimpering, struggling with her chubby little legs while tightly strapped in her car seat. She couldn't wiggle free because the seatbelt was too tight, and her little face turned into a big, round peach due to her anger. Lin Jinyan leaned down to unbuckle the safety belt for the chubby baby, gently coaxing, "Is the snowball not sleepy enough? Today we'll sleep a little less because it's your full moon banquet. Don't cry, okay?" The snowball wouldn't listen. Her eyes were almost blinded by the sunlight. The little dumpling was turning her round little head, screaming and crying. Under the sunglasses, Kai Yue frowned slightly and turned to glance at the car seat. With such a bad temper, I wonder who she takes after. Zhang Wenli and Li Suhua both came out to greet them. Zhang Wenli immediately picked up the little dumpling, who had just been unbuckled, from the car and shot a glare at Kai Yue. "Our snowball has a much better temper than you. You're the one with the worst temper in the house." Li Suhua stepped forward a couple of steps, a hint of subtle expectation crossing her face. She also wanted to hug Zhu Tuan, but due to Kai Yue's cold demeanor, not allowing anyone to disturb Lin Jinyan during her confinement, everyone had seen Zhu Tuan hardly any times. However, Zhang Wenli seemed to ignore her expression and stuffed Zhu Tuan even tighter into her arms, smiling at Li Suhua. "Mother-in-law, let's go inside." Li Suhua could only follow behind with resentment. her gaze tracking the little Zhu Tuan whom she hadn't seen for many days. As soon as Zhu Tuan was held by her grandmother, she immediately stopped crying. The little one's round eyes were clear and bright, like they were holding a spring of water. Her earlier cries had left a gentle pink tint on her upturned little nose, and her chubby round face, due to sleeping in the car, had pressed out a light waffle mark. From this angle, the little dumpling could perfectly meet Li Suhua's gaze. She blinked softly at her grandmother, her big eyes sparkling as if they could speak, and her chubby face looked like a sweet and soft little cake. Li Suhua was overjoyed and returned a warm smile to Zhu Tuan, which even made Zhang Wenli look a bit more pleasing. Hearing the laughter, Zhang Wenli turned her face puzzled and asked her, "What's going on?" Li Suhua wore a proud expression, pressed her lips together and spoke mysteriously, "It's nothing. It's just that Zhu Tuan just winked at me. Although you, Grandma, are holding her, she didn't even acknowledge you." Looking at the backs of Grandma, Grandmother, the housekeeper, and the two aunts all crowding around Snowball as they entered, Kai Yue raised the corners of his lips and said teasingly, "It seems that if we want to hold her today, we have to make an appointment and queue up." Lin Jinyan rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "I didn't expect the little guy to be so popular." However, Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue obviously underestimated Snowball's popularity. Let alone making an appointment to hold her, the two parents almost didn't even get to see Snowball at all. After the little dumpling entered the old house, she was first taken into the nursery to get dressed, and after getting dressed, she was brought directly to the parlor. Although the Kai family business is large, they do not have many descendants. Kai's father has two brothers, Kai Zun and Kai Zio. Kai Zun has only one son, Kai Yue. Kai Zio has a son and a daughter who are twins, Kai Yun and Kai Rong. They just turned 19 this year and are studying at university abroad. They returned once when their cousin Kai Yue got married, and now they have come back again for the little dumpling's full moon celebration. The Kai family hasn't held an event for a long time, and the luxurious and beautiful parlor has been idle for a while. This full moon banquet has made the old Kai house seem to come back to life. The tall ceiling, beautiful and luxurious crystal chandeliers, and a Steinway grand piano in the corner with a performer specially invited to play, the beautiful piano music flows through the hall. The full moon banquet only invited close relatives and friends. Kai's father, Lin's father, and several relatives are chatting nearby. Lin Songyuan is a scholar and a researcher at the Microbiology Research Institute of the university. He wears silver-framed glasses, is serious and reserved, and feels out of place standing with Kai Fu and other businessmen. Although the two families have no common language, they both exercise restraint and courtesy, maintaining a facade of politeness. Since the elders are serious, the young people present are also very reserved. Everyone was speaking in hushed voices, and for a moment the entire reception room echoed only with music and the crisp sound of clinking glasses. Until the Snowball appeared, the whole room seemed to come alive in an instant. The little ball was wearing a new Chinese-style knitted outfit, a white little sweater paired with a red cotton suspender skirt, which was embroidered with beautiful and delicate butterfly patterns. Her little head was adorned with two red bows and pearl hair clips, and her chubby little feet were clad in red and white checkered cotton socks. The little dumpling is dressed up for the first time, and the bright red color makes the Snowball's little face even pinker, looking just like a sweet red apple. Snowball was first brought in front of Grandpa, maternal grandpa, and uncle. The three men in their 50s were dressed in sharp suits, with serious expressions. They were not very warm, just politely and solemnly spoke a few auspicious words to congratulate on the full moon. Zhang Wenli introduced to the little dumpling, "Snowball, this is Grandpa, maternal grandpa, and uncle." They didn't want to pay attention to her, and Zhu Tuan ignored them even more. The little ball of personality lay in her grandmother's arms, reaching out her chubby little round paws and looking at her hands. While Zhu Tuan just realized that she actually had hands, How did she not notice that before? The little ball waved her little round hand and amused herself. The way the snowball ignored people made Kai Zun squint. He still remembered the rebellious behavior of Kai Yue during puberty. Could it be that this little one learned to be rebellious right after being born? Lin Songyuan looked indifferent at the little milk ball. He didn't have any special feelings towards all babies, and he had long forgotten what Lin Zhai looked like when she was young. Kai Zio had the best complexion of the three men. Since his troublesome children went abroad, he felt free but occasionally found life a bit dull. At this moment, looking at the little baby, his mood seemed a bit different. The snowball wouldn't pay attention to the few old men with sour faces, and was busy playing with its little round hands. Zhang Wenli and Li Suhua took the snowball and brought it to the group of young people. Lin Jinian's best friend, several brothers of Kai Yue, and Kai Yue's cousins were all present. Seeing the chubby snowball appear amidst the crowd, the most excited were Lin Jinian's group of friends. Although the snowball still doesn't really recognize people, the little one is naturally very sensitive to people's kindness, so when it came before the ants, the whole cub visibly became happy. The little dumpling wiggled its soft, chubby belly, the rosy little face resembling a soft peach blushing, while the chubby piglet happily kicked again and again. Yang Shuang had a straightforward personality, and she approached Li Suhua, who was holding the snowball, and asked, "Auntie, can I hold it for a moment?" Li Suhua had just held the child herself, but she felt embarrassed to compete with the young person, so she taught Yang Shuang how to hold it correctly, and finally placed the snowball carefully into Yang Shuang's arms. A heavy, warm weight settled in her arms, and Yang Shuang was astonished by the sensation. Kaio Kinking asked excitedly, "What does it feel like?" Yang Shuang was very nervous, her fingertips even trembling a bit. She didn't dare relax, tightly holding the dumpling in her arms. It was hard to describe the specific feeling, so Yang Shuang simply explained, "It's very warm and soft." A few female friends and Kai Rong gathered around to look at the snow dumpling in Yang Shuang's arms. The snow dumpling didn't mind the noise at all. She loved being surrounded by the beautiful ants. Her chubby, tender little face tried hard to lift up, and her big eyes sparkled like glass, wanting to see every ant who liked her. Girls have an innate weakness for cute little things, and Snowball is just too enthusiastic towards them, so everyone immediately becomes a fervent Snow fan. Woo woo woo, so fat. How did someone as thin as Lin Jinian give birth to such a fat cub? Hey, Snowball is not fat, it's just cute to the point of expanding. Oh no, who brushed off Snowball's sock? How did one sock fall off? Don't put them on yet, take a photo of your feet for me. I want to take a photo too, you can take yours first. Everyone, don't push. Just take off the other sock and snap a quick photo. It will only take a minute and there's heating, you can put them back on later. In the next moment, both of Zhu Tuan's socks were taken off. Snowball. Although Zhu Tuan didn't know why her socks were taken off, she preferred being barefoot, free from the constraints of thick socks. Her two white, plump little feet happily swung around, leaving behind a faint, uniquely sweet and sour milk candy scent wherever they went. The girls laughed wildly while taking pictures. Help, I've seen double chins, but I've never seen double heels like this. Ha ha ha, your description is so accurate. It's really the heel, how can it become as fat as two heels? Look, this gold ankle bracelet is actually stuck in the flesh between my toes. Wow, it's really hilarious. The place where the gold chain is stuck is exactly the flesh of the ankle. Where is the ankle? This little one not only has no ankles but also no neck, ha 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 ha. After changing her outfit, Lin Jinian entered the reception room and saw a scene like this. Her several good friends and her sister-in-law were gathered around her daughter, who was not wearing any socks, laughing uncontrollably, while the chubby little one in the center seemed to be enjoying it very much. She happily kicked her legs, showing off her plump little feet to the ants. Lin Jinian, you all are really too much. Fortunately, several of her close friends, considering the large crowd today, did not bring up their promise of a kiss in front of Lin Jinyan. Although Snowball's chubby little feet were seen and photographed, at least they were not kissed. Kai Yue, along with Li Mingzhu and Liu Wen and Kai Yun, stood on the periphery watching a group of girls surrounding a snowball. Kai Yue wore a suit, with broad shoulders contrasting sharply with his narrow waist, and the gray suit pants accentuated his long, straight legs. His tie was loose, the buttons of his white shirt were undone by two, and an ostentatious tattoo snaked out from his cuff. He casually rubbed the condensation on the champagne, his expression relaxed and indifferent. The American-style undercut made his features appear even more rugged and deep, looking no different from the extraordinary swagger he usually had. Just shy of 19, Kai Yun was in complete awe of his cousin. His cousin was unruly, daring to confront even their stern and aloof uncle. When the uncle told him to go east, he went west, showing no regard for the uncle's authority. He traveled everywhere, riding bikes, skiing and diving, excelling at every sport. But what touched Kai Yun even more was that Kai Yue had a tattoo on his left forearm, a scar transformed from when he had protected him as a child. My cousin is a true tough guy. Such a cool cousin. Even after getting married and becoming a dad, he will definitely remain as carefree as before, and will not let women and children affect his life in the slightest. Cousin. Before Kai Yun could finish speaking, he heard Lin Jianian call out to Kai Yue. Kai Yue, come over quickly. We need to prepare for Snowball's full moon photo shoot. Kai Yue had no time to pay attention to Kai Yun, and quickly walked towards Lin Jianian. Kai Yun swallowed back his words. Where are we going to play with the cars later? He watched in disbelief as his arrogant cousin showed a humble demeanor, nodding and bowing before his wife, while also seeing Kai Yue skillfully pick up his own child, looking utterly shocked. The new dad, Kai Yue, was very busy, placing the snowball on a fluffy little chair designated for a 1-month-old baby to lie on, surrounded by red envelopes, gold ornaments, expensive jewelry, colorful balloons, and many fluffy toys. This was Snowball's first appearance in a social setting. The photographer is already in position, holding up the camera and ready to take pictures of the snowball. The baby is doing great. The snowball has bright, sparkling, lively big eyes, and a small, pink, soft face that is even more beautiful than a doll. Click, click. The photographer was crazily capturing the little one, and he never expected that such a small baby would have such strong expressiveness and infectiousness in front of the camera. The crowd gathered around the snowball, all amused by the appearance of this little one. The snowball in motion looks like a walking emoji, sometimes sticking out its tongue, sometimes throwing flirtatious glances, and sometimes puffing its cheeks. It's incredibly adorable. As Zhu Tuan was waving, she suddenly discovered that many adults were surrounding her and whispering about her. Xiao Tuanzi slightly furrowed her light eyebrows, clenched her little pink fists, and pouted her small mouth, feeling very dissatisfied inside. What is wrong with these strange adults? Have they never seen a female celebrity before? What should I do if my little one especially loves to show off? Lin Jinyan, who has mild social anxiety, turned red and felt a bit embarrassed. But the little one who was the center of attention felt no discomfort at all. The little round face pouted, looking quite proud, but from her noticeably pinker chubby cheeks and increasingly lively big eyes, one could see that she really enjoyed being the focus of everyone's attention. Kai Yue wrapped his long arms around Lin Jinyan's shoulders, leading her forward, and chuckled, "Come on, let's take a family photo of the three of us." The man lowered his gaze towards Lin Jinyan, who had changed into a powder pink floral fairy dress after arriving at the old house. The exquisite pink floral embroidery, delicate texture, and soft colors made her skin appear rosy and fair. She has been resting well during this month, and her cheeks have taken on a bit of fullness, noticeably healthier than during her pregnancy. Lin Jinyan was originally a petite figure with soft flesh, a small frame, and her whole body was very soft. Kai Yue's palm moved down from her shoulder, gripping her waist with an extremely possessive posture. In the end, Lin Jinyan had no choice but to blush, half resisting and half joining Kai Yue to come behind Zhu Tuan. The two adults stood at the back, while Zhu Tuan lay on the plush baby recliner in front of them, and the photographer took a commemorative photo of the family of three. Kai Yue, who stood 1 meter 90 tall, easily embraced Lin Jinyan, his handsome and deep face subtly revealing a hint of dominance. Lin Jinyan nestled in Kai Yue's arms, her smile gentle, with her arched eyebrows resembling delicate willow leaves in spring. But the most expressive one is that chubby cub at the front. Snowball knows that her mother is right beside her, making her even happier, her big eyes like washed black grapes, round and bright, while her chubby piglets, wrapped in red and white checkered bow socks, kick nonstop. The crowd couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Zio Menki, they only realize how well matched they are when they stand together. How did we not notice this back when we were in school? Kai Yue is so manly, and Zai Zai is such a soft girl. Plus their body shapes are quite different, and the contrast in skin tones is very strong. Yang Shuang remembered the female-oriented content stored on her phone and slapped her forehead. Help, I'm thinking about things I shouldn't be thinking of. Kaio kinking, who isn't? I bet 1 yuan that they definitely had a flirtation during high school. Li Mingzhu, a fellow high school classmate, raised his eyebrows. Since we were all in the same class, Li Mingzhu still feels a sense of unreality about Kai Yue and Lin Jinyan being together. He leaned closer to the girls and asked in a lowered voice, "No way. During our high school years, wasn't Lin Jinyan paired with Chen Jiashu?" Before he could finish, Kaio Kinking stepped on Li Mingzhu's foot with her sharp high heels and glared at him, saying, "Stop spreading rumors, okay? It was precisely because of the rumors you spread that Zhai felt so annoyed. I'm sure they never dated." Zio Menki also put her hands on her hips. "Today is a great day. Can you think before you speak? What if someone with bad intentions hears these rumors? The impact would be really bad." Li Mingzhu gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his foot. He knew it was not convenient to discuss this topic at this occasion. However, he couldn't help but secretly retort in his heart. Clearly, he had seen Lin Jinyan and Chen Jiasu together back then, and Kai Yue had seen it too. Now, when Li Mingzhu recalls his high school days, some details he had previously overlooked suddenly flash in his mind. For example, one day after school when it was raining heavily, Li Mingzhu witnessed Kai Yue walking out of the pharmacy across the school. The boy was drenched in rainwater, yet wrapped in his school uniform jacket with a bag of medicine, quickly heading towards the gym. Li Mingzhu was originally going to go home, but he still felt a bit uneasy. His own brother went back to school to find him. But when he found Kai Yue in the gym, he discovered Kai Yue standing next to a trash can smoking. The wet hair on his forehead dripped with water, flowing over his high brow bone and then gliding down his straight nose. The boy elegantly exhaled smoke, his brows and eyes dark and cold, with little expression on his face. Li Mingzhu was surprised to find a pharmacy bag lying in the trash can and asked, "Aren't you going to buy medicine? Why did you throw it away?" Li Mingzhu couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he seemed to see Kai Yue's mouth curve into a mocking smile, and the cold, dark gaze emitted an aura that repelled others. The boy's voice, slightly hoarse from the smoke, said, "No need, so I threw it away." He didn't explain further, extinguished the cigarette, picked up his school uniform jacket, said to Li Mingzhu, "Let's go," and then left without looking back. The 16-year-old boy, although his back was straight, was much thinner than now. Li Mingzhu inexplicably felt that the last look he gave was somewhat hurt. Li Mingzhu has always been the kind of carefree and blunt boy, and he quickly brushed off this little episode. So the next day, when he heard the gossip circulating among the girls in the class, he didn't connect the two events. But standing in the Kai family's banquet hall, Li Mingzhu suddenly remembered the gossip that his classmates had been discussing with great interest that day. I can't believe this. Did you guys know? Zhai Zai hurt her elbow during the physical fitness test yesterday afternoon. Then Chen Jiashu helped her apply medicine in front of everyone. Wow, they really are a perfect match. A talented guy and a beautiful, gentle girl. I'm totally shipping this pair. The high-achieving flower and the pretty, sweet girl. Tusk, they are definitely secretly dating. Thinking of this, Li Mingzhu frowned deeply, but before he could think further, a clear little boy's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Mom, that little baby is so chubby. A chubby baby is not cute at all. Although Zhu Tuan couldn't see clearly, she heard the voice and turned her small face towards the little boy. Lin Jinyan, who had just taken the full moon photo and was holding Zhu Tuan, also looked in the direction of the little boy. The little boy is about 4 years old. He is wearing a small suit, has delicate features, and speaks eloquently. Beside him stands a young woman in a dark blue dress. The woman looks embarrassed and hurriedly says to the little boy, "Who said chubby babies aren't cute? Chubby babies are very adorable." The little boy pouts and raises his face to retort, "I'm just speaking the truth. Mom, didn't you say we can't lie? Look at that little baby. She doesn't even have a neck and her belly is so round." The woman in the blue dress quickly steps forward to greet Lin Jinyan, saying, "Mrs. Kai, the child is being silly and speaking out of turn. Please don't mind." She nods and introduces herself. "I am Sun Hanno and this is my son He Jiu." Lin Jinyan immediately recognized the identities of the woman and child in front of her. They were the daughter-in-law of the He family, a close friend of the Kai family and young Master He. There were only a few little friends attending the full-month banquet today, and this young Master He was one of them. Lin Jinyan softly smiled while holding the puffed-up snowball in her arms, resembling a pufferfish, and said, "Mrs. He, it's all right, children speak without reservation." Sun Hanno still felt very embarrassed. She held onto He Jiu and tried to get her son to make amends, saying, "Yaoyu, look how cute the little girl is. Would you like to be friends with her?" Young Master He, who had been pampered since childhood, put on a mature act, hiding his little hands behind his back and said in a babyish voice, "No, she can't even speak properly. I don't want to be friends with her." It might be because the little one's expression and tone were too amusing. Lin Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle. The little one in her arms was furious. She lay in her mother's arms, clenching her little pink fists tightly, ready to showcase her most powerful physical attack weapon. Her little legs kicked in turns, aiming at the bad brother. Her little mouth is also never idle, making a fierce and noisy call. The baby language system is gradually constructed in conflict. "What do you mean by being fat? Did you eat your grandma's food?" "HMPH, what do you mean you don't want to be friends with me?" "I definitely don't want to be friends with you." "Hate, disgust, ghost." Zhu Tuan kicked off his little cotton socks with force. He Jiu didn't expect this little one to have such a big temper, and he wasn't going to back down. "She is really fat, look at her feet, they are rounder than buns." Zhu Tuan stared with his round big eyes, his little tummy puffed up in anger, round and cute. He Jiu curiously leaned closer to smell the snowball's foot, although he didn't think it was smelly and even found it had a somewhat strange fragrance. His competitive spirit got the better of him, and he pointed at the snowball's foot, deliberately saying, "Sour and stinky white steamed bun." The snowball was so upset that it cried, letting out a whimper, its large eyes shimmering with tears, and its little pink fists clenched into balls. Sun Hanno was apologizing to Lin Jinyan while sternly educating her son. "He Jiu, you were very chubby when you were little, and your feet were even smellier." The snowball in her arms cried louder and louder. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to nod at a few people nearby, hug the angry chubby girl, and leave the reception room, heading to the nursery located on the second floor. Aunt Zhao just warmed the milk for Zuduan and she exclaimed, "Madam, it's time for Zuduan to drink milk. She usually takes a nap around this time and I intended to find you. Why is Zuduan crying? Is she disturbed from her nap?" Lin Jijian said helplessly, "It's a long story, she must be hungry too." The plump baby was taken by Aunt Zhao, and she squirmed and struggled with her little belly, looking quite upset. Her bow-tie cotton socks hadn't been put back on, and at this moment her two little bread-like feet were squishing against each other. Due to the excess flesh on the tops of her feet, both little feet were squished into round balls. Don't say the similarity to a white steamed bun is at least 90%. It was not until the little snowball's mouth was filled with a pacifier and the warm, sweet milk flowed into her mouth that Snowball stopped crying. She stubbornly opened her big eyes, feeling aggrieved as she sucked the milk. Lin Jinian smiled gently from the side, comforting her softly. "Snowball is fragrant, everywhere is fragrant, that older brother just now was bragging. Our Snowball, let's not be angry anymore, okay?" The little dumpling clenched her small fists, her little face flushed. Although she had things in her little chest, her heavy eyelids were about to close. When she can speak, she will also scold that older brother for being smelly. When she grows up, she will fight with that older brother. Waiting for her, waiting for her. The Snowball is sucking on sweet milk, her big eyes are closed, and she is about to succumb to drowsiness. She was still thinking, HMPH, let her take a nap first before anything else. After waking up, she would find that bad brother to settle the score. In the next moment, the milk in the bottle was finished, and the Snowball was also asleep. Lin Jinian looked at the sleeping face of the Snowball, feeling a warm current flowing through her heart. Her daughter's chubby face was soft and red, with delicate hair adorned with cute little clips, and the small belly wrapped in exquisite clothing rose and fell with casual breaths. She really looks like a little figurine. Lin Jai's phone suddenly vibrated. A few unread messages popped up in the Snowball Q&A group. "Zai, didn't you say you would show us your child today? If you don't give a kiss, at least give a hug, right? It's already V50, be quick, let's go find you now." Lin Jai's gaze swept over the chubby little feet without socks on the Snowball, and he regretted it. The plump, fresh, tender milk-flavored plums on her feet are so adorable that she can't bear to kiss them, so how could she let someone else kiss them first? Lin Jianian recalled the argument between Zuduan and He Jiu, and a flash of inspiration struck her mind. She bit her lip and quickly typed in the group chat with her close friends. "Lin Jianian, kissing on the face really won't do, but kissing on the feet might not be appropriate now either, covers face. Let's go for a big meal together in a few days." The ants in the group were instantly dissatisfied. "Why can't we have a little taste of the baby? It's just the toes. I watched for a long time today and still couldn't really kiss them. It was so frustrating." "You must give a reasonable explanation, eyes." Lin Jinian took a deep breath and said, "Don't tell anyone, I just found out about it too." "What is it so mysterious?" Lin Jinian, "The thing about her stinky feet. The chubby little one has no idea that mom is telling others about her stinky feet." The sleeping figure of the little dumpling is extraordinarily beautiful. Her little expressions are quiet and sweet, with the elongated corners of her eyes slightly upturned, the round and slightly upturned tip of her nose seemingly covered with a layer of light shiny pearl-colored highlighter, and her chubby cheeks are rosy, with a trace of leftover milk residue at the corner of her cherry-colored mouth. Although this excuse temporarily kept the pack of fierce ants at bay, Lin Jinian bit her lip nervously, wondering how this chubby little one, growing up like this, could possibly have stinky feet. To verify whether Zuduan has foot odor, Lin Jinian couldn't help but conduct an experiment as soon as she got home that night. While Zuduan was sound asleep, she held onto Zuduan's chubby little feet and slowly lifted them up. Little Tuanzi participated today. At the full moon banquet, she was too tired after staying up. Although she took a short nap in the baby room of the old house for an hour, most of the time was spent socializing with different adults, and her energy was already depleted. So when Lin Jinyan played with her little feet, which she was usually very ticklish about, Zuduan remained motionless. Lin Jinyan lightly swallowed, leaning in, his nose just touching a plump and tender instep. She first inhaled with her nose. First, I caught a whiff of a very faint baby bath wash scent. Not sure, let's take another look. She opened her mouth and took a few seconds to mentally prepare herself before speaking. She is not a freak. She is just conducting an experiment to see if the snowball actually has a foot odor problem. In the next moment, Lin Jinyan ruthlessly sucked the chubby little feet of the snowball. In an instant, a faint milky fragrance mixed with the sweet and sour flavor of dried plums melted in her mouth, and Lin Jinyan was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. The texture in the mouth is smooth and dense, rich but not greasy, soft and sticky. After eating this white, plump little pig's trotters, even Tang Seng's meat seems unappetizing. Lin Jinyan felt that she had a very serious case of cute invasion syndrome. All I can think about is to kiss passionately. I want to kiss you to death. Due to being too excited, Lin Jinyan accidentally bit down hard, and the snowball was startled by the sudden interruption, causing the chubby little foot that was in Lin Jinyan's mouth to twitch slightly. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to reluctantly take the snowball's chubby little feet out of her mouth, and she suddenly felt guilty and frustrated. The little snowball's paws seemed to have been sucked red by her. At this moment, she was alone with Zhu Tuan on the master bed. The aunt was not there, and Kai Yue was taking a shower. But Lin Jinyan still looked around nervously as if she were a thief. She hurriedly got off the bed, grabbed a disinfectant wipe, and carefully returned to the bed to gently clean Zhu Tuan's little feet. Lin Jinyan bit her lip in frustration. She clearly remembered that Aunt Zhao had educated her long ago that no matter how cute a child is, they shouldn't be kissed, especially not on the face or mouth. Adults have a lot of bacteria in their mouths, and kissing a child carelessly could have serious consequences. The child could get kissing disease. But it should be fine to kiss the little feet, right? Due to feeling guilty, Lin Jinyan's actions and expressions seemed sneaky until a lazy male voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing? Lin Jinyan was startled and quickly hid the disinfectant wipes in her palm, covering the snowball with a blanket. She turned around and saw Kai Yue walking out of the bathroom, draped in a loose black bathrobe. His body was exuding the moist steam after a bath, and his well-defined chest muscles looked particularly prominent between the low V-neck. He walked with a casual, relaxed posture, but the gaze he directed at her carried an undeniable sense of aggression. Lin Jinyan's face turned slightly red as she avoided the man's gaze. Kai Yue felt that Lin Jinyan was very different today. Although she often shied away, she rarely dodged as much as she did today, and her face was a bit too red. Kai Yue suddenly wanted to tease her. He walked closer, pinched her chin with his thumb, lifted it slightly, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Jinyan blinked and unconsciously revealed what was on her mind. "I've realized that I might be a bit perverted." Kai Yue smiled with interest and said, "Pervert." Lin Jinyan, her long eyelashes drooping, blushed deeply and said in a soft voice, "I discovered. I seem to like feet." Kai Yue's smile froze on his face. He paused while pinching Lin Jinyan's thumb, as if his breath stopped for a moment. Lin Jinyan pushed Kai Yue away, covered her face with her hands, and shyly hid under the blanket, saying, "Oh, I won't say it anymore. Let's sleep quickly." Kai Yue's expression was complex. After a long while, he slowly replied, Kai Yue used the smart butler system to call for the aunt to come and take the little snowball to the nursery to sleep. Aunt Zhao quickly took her position and carried the little bundle lying on the large bed away. Lin Jinyan had been busy all day and was already exhausted. She lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to sleep. In a hazy state of consciousness, Lin Jinyan felt a man tightly holding her from behind. Lin Jinyan was focused on sleeping and naturally did not notice the complex and indescribable expression on the man's face, nor the quicker and more excited heartbeat than usual. Kai Yue couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. Lin Jinyan had just finished her confinement period. He had to endure a little longer. But today Lin Jinyan confessed to him that she likes to use her feet. Kai Yue buried his face in the slender shoulder of the woman sleeping in his arms, using the tip of his nose to tease her soft neck. He took a deep breath of the murky air, drawing in the fragrance that was so close, and the veins on his forehead throbbed with discomfort. She truly is his wife. Even her preferences are the same as his. After a while, he also needs to find an opportunity to make it clear to her. He also likes feet since the two of them have the same fetish. Why not try using feet next time? The time spent raising the little one passes by like a fleeting horse, gone in an instant. Each day, the little snowball grows, and before you know it, the little guy is already over 70 days old. Compared to when she just came out of confinement, the little dumpling looks even more plump and charming. Her whole body was plump with delicate pork belly, her bouncy round face like a peach with excessive moisture. Her eyes are much brighter than before, allowing her to roughly make out the outlines of her mom and dad. She has begun to exhibit protective blinking reflexes and enjoys watching moving objects. Her little chubby body is also growing stronger day by day. She can steadily lie down and raise her head, and occasionally she can lift her chest while lying down. The two little round paws of the snowball tightly grip the sheet, and her little head is raised to a 90-degree angle, with her face flushed red from the effort, displaying a proud expression. Lin Jinyan played with the snowball using a small rattle that makes sounds, gently rubbing the soft, chubby cheeks of the snowball and saying, "Little friend, I suspect you have transformed into a Fuji apple spirit." Aunt Zhao, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, ma'am, the little facial mask for Zhu Tuan is ready, and we can put it on her now. Zhu Tuan has a small patch of eczema on each cheek. The symptoms are not severe. Besides maintaining daily moisture, Aunt Wang also made a honeysuckle water facial mask for Zhu Tuan. Boil a pot of honeysuckle water. Soak the baby facial mask paper in it until it is thoroughly soaked in honeysuckle water, and then you can apply it to the baby. Lin Jinyan watched Aunt Wang turn Zhu Tuan over, carefully placing the warm, thin mask paper on Zhu Tuan's face. It was the first time for the little round dumpling to encounter a facial mask. At the beginning, she was a bit nervously clenching her small fists, while her chubby piglet feet stayed still on the bed, carefully feeling the novel sensation on her face. The silky mulberry silk mask had the perfect temperature and emitted a subtle, elegant fragrance of plants and trees. The snow dumpling whispered softly, "Awa Tilda." Lin Jinyan said gently, "Baby, using a facial mask is good for skin care management. Don't you want to be a little beauty?" Zhu Tuan answered loudly, "Tilda." Aunt Wang had carefully applied the facial mask, and Zhu Tuan's little face felt very comfortable. She was no longer afraid and even felt a bit happy. This game called applying a facial mask was really fun. Lin Jinyan smiled and said, "If you want to be beautiful, don't move around and don't take off the mask." Zhu Tuan obediently lay there with the mask on, only her bright big eyes visible, and her little hands and feet remained still. She was wearing a cow print onesie today, and her little belly made the onesie bulge out. Her soft short hair was clipped with a white bow, looking extremely well behaved. Lin Jinyan couldn't help but laugh at the small figure of her snow-covered pet, so she took out her phone and snapped a few beautifying pictures of her darling, sending them to Kai Yue, who had not yet returned home. Kai Yue was working overtime at the company, so he replied, "Seeing her relaxed appearance makes me want to send her to work." Lin Jinyan hummed, "Then you should take your pet to work every day and let her enter your company." Kai Yue replied with 2 words, "Not daring." He even added a statement, If I take her to work, no one in the whole company would have to work. Lin Jinyan was infuriated by Kai Yue. How can this man be so sarcastic? Lin Jinyan also felt particularly sorry for her chubby girl. Keikai is cute and well-behaved, yet Kai Yue always casually mentions that their daughter is mischievous for no reason. She is clearly not mischievous at all. Lin Jinyan sniffed the snowball's little belly through the clothes, and the snowball's big eyes curved, revealing a sweet smile expression under the face mask. Although she can't laugh out loud yet, she can smile. After finishing the milk, Lin Jinyan, seeing the snowball's smile, looked intoxicated, as if he were in a state of excessive sweetness. So when Zhu Duan finished applying the mask and thick moisturizer, Lin Jinyan couldn't bear to let Zhu Duan go back with the two ants, and she smiled and waved her hand. Tonight, Zhu Duan will sleep with me. Aunt Zhao hesitated and said, Ma'am, Zhu Tuan wakes up at night and I'm worried she will affect your sleep. Since Zhu Tuan turned 2 months old, her nighttime awakenings have increased in frequency, and she occasionally cries uncontrollably. Zhu Tuan lay beside her mother, turning her little face to look at her big eyes glistening as if they could speak, while her little mouth let out a pitiful whimper, like a little beast that had been bullied. Lin Jinyan was heartbroken and waved her hands to the two ants, saying, It's okay, you can go back, I can handle her. The ant had no choice but to leave. In the master bedroom, Lin Jinyan was sleeping with the snowball in her arms. The little dumpling is fragrant and chubby, emitting a faint milky scent, with her soft and tender little hand obediently resting in her palm, and her pudgy little feet not kicking around, honestly placed on the bed. Not naughty at all, so well-behaved that it's off the charts. In the dim, gentle light, the snowball was gently patted by Mom, feeling her warmth, and with its big eyes closed, it quickly fell asleep. Lin Jinyan felt even more that leaving the snowball was the right decision. How could anyone spread rumors that such a well-behaved little one is mischievous? Lin Jinyan smelled the soft and sweet fragrance of the snowball and quickly fell into a dream. When Kai Yue returned home, he saw Lin Jinyan sleeping with the snowball in his arms. He raised his hand to check his watch and slightly frowned. Kai Yue immediately took off his suit, removed his tie, and washed up as quickly as he could. When he came out of the bathroom, that chubby little one on the bed had indeed woken up right on time. Just before she was about to burst into tears, Kai Yue quickly picked her up. He gritted his teeth and said quietly, Kai Zhu, could you please not wake up in the middle of the night all the time? It's fine to wake up for milk, but please don't cry or make a fuss. Although Zhu Duan didn't cry out loud, those big expressive eyes no longer possessed the well-behaved and honest charm they had when with Lin Jinyan. She was extremely mischievous, sticking out her tongue at her dad, revealing a provocative yet proud little expression. Anyway, Mom doesn't know. What can you do with the nest when it's only tied up in the middle of the night? The time was close to midnight, and Lin Jinyan was completely unaware that the chubby cub lying quietly beside her had already woken up, looking at Daddy with defiant little eyes, as if saying, I'm so amazing. Kai Yue held Zhu Tuan close, their eyes meeting, his voice low and stern. Kai Zhu, hurry up and go to sleep, otherwise you won't be allowed to sleep with Mommy anymore. Zhu Tuan wasn't afraid of Daddy's threats. After all, it was not up to Daddy whether she could sleep with Mommy or not, The little cub arrogantly kicked her chubby feet, twisted her tiny belly, and slowly stretched her little arms. With a pop, that white, soft little paw, which was stretching, reached straight towards Kai Yue's face. Kai Yue was caught off guard, and the snowball hit the tip of his nose, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. The snowball caught Daddy's nose, her big eyes sparkling with excitement, feeling curious and thrilled. It was her first time playing with an adult's face. The snowball invented a technique called 5-claw nose grabbing, with 5 little claws gathering tightly together, poking, poking, poking. Small hands are soft and fluffy, even the nails are soft, and the delicate skin brings a faint fragrance. Kai-Yue was momentarily distracted and forgot to move his nose away. Just as the little finger was about to poke into his nostril, Kai-Yue finally reacted. He immediately turned his face away, his eyes filled with helpless annoyance, and lowered his voice to admonish. "Kaizu, you can't touch adults' faces randomly, especially the nose." Although the snowball couldn't see clearly, her curious and sincere gaze continued to explore upwards towards her father's nose. She saw her father's eyes, and above the eyes were hair. Since she couldn't play with the nose then. Kai-Yue quickly hugged the snowball away and blurted out, "You can't poke people's eyes, and you definitely can't pull hair." He himself was puzzled, not knowing why he could understand the thoughts of this chubby little one, but he just could. Snowball furrowed her delicate little brows. She found her dad extremely dull. This one can't be played with, and that one can't be played with. Snowball still thought her mom was the best. She wanted to wake her up to play with her. Seeing the little bun in her arms pouting and about to cry, Kai-Yue's heart softened, and she helplessly said, "I'll play with you for 5 more minutes. Then you can either sleep in your crib by yourself or have the nanny take you back to drink milk and sleep." The snow dumpling suppressed her crying. Her wet big eyes immediately curved up, and she gave her dad a smiling expression. Although she didn't yet understand how to laugh out loud, the corners of her eyes formed a beautifully sweet arc, and her face squished into a round shape like a stuffed bun because of her smile. Kai-Yue raised an eyebrow and gave a light scoff. "No wonder your mom is so enchanted by you. It turns out you've learned to smile." Kai-Yue inexplicably recalled the dessert that Lin Jianian had a particular craving for during her mid-pregnancy period, the strawberry snow mochi. During that time, Lin Jianian was almost addicted to it, eating 2 or 3 every day. He felt that the snowball with a smile looked very much like it. Kai-Yue's gaze unintentionally lingered on the face of this cub for a few more seconds, and then he noticed that this cub had suddenly grown long and curled eyelashes at some point. Her eye shape combined the most captivating features of Lin Jianian and Kai-Yue's eyes, with irises that were round and large like Lin Jianian's, while the corners of her eyes had a beautifully upward curve reminiscent of Kai-Yue. Now even long eyelashes like sunflower petals have grown, resembling a little eyelash spirit that goes yeeing cheerfully. Kai-Yue's chest vibrated, and he smiled with a cheerful mood, brushing away the bad feelings from dealing with difficult clients tonight. Kai-Yue held the snowball in one arm and brought it to the small compartment in the master bedroom, which is currently unoccupied, and only has some scattered maternity items prepared by Lin Jai for late pregnancy. Kai-Yue measured the size and position visually, then pushed the baby crib that was originally placed outside into the room, unexpectedly finding that the space was utilized just perfectly. After placing the pink crib, the overall style of the small space was elevated. The lighting arrangement here is the same as in the master bedroom, featuring a linear hidden light without a main light. Kai-Yue turned on the lights, and the entire small space was enveloped in a soft, even, warm yellow glow. It is perfect for playing with the child or lulling them to sleep. Kai-Yue placed the snowball in the center of the crib, where a musical mobile with animal toys was hanging, and gently let the mobile rotate slowly. The mobile emitted gentle, soft music, with a little lion, butterfly, zebra, and pink elephant slowly spinning in circles. Snowball was indeed captivated, her big eyes staring fixedly at the little animals that were spinning around. Her small hands excitedly raised and waved, wanting to swat at the little animals hanging down. Snowball shouted excitedly, her little face blushing with happiness, "Awa tilde dada tilde." Kai-Yue sat beside the baby crib, glancing at the mobile, speaking lazily, "So you like these ugly things now, huh?" Snowball ignored her sarcastic dad, happily kicking her chubby little legs like lotus roots, making soft yee sounds. Kai-Yue really couldn't stand Zhu Tuan's naive behavior. he brought in a small box from outside. He bent down to open the box and took out dozens of different colored and shaped sand hammers, hand bells, and various colorful fabric books, placing them on Zhu Tuan's bed. He glanced at the little milk dumpling nestled among the colorful toys in the crib. Sure enough, Zhu Tuan was over the moon, her big eyes shining brighter than diamonds, her limbs happily dancing, and her soft little tummy rising and falling as she exerted herself, even drooling a crystal-clear droplet from her cherry-colored little mouth. Kai Yue took out a soft towel to wipe the drool of little Snowball, scoffing lightly. It's not the first time playing, and are these ugly things really that fun? Little Snowball excitedly shouted, "Da-da-tilda. These are not ugly things at all. Dad just doesn't appreciate them." Just as she is her mom and dad's darling, these little toys are also her little treasures. Kai Yue casually picked a breadman handbell and placed it in front of Zhu Tuan, gently shaking it. The handbell emits a low-frequency soft sound, training the baby's hearing without harming the eardrum. Kai Yue mimicked the way the ant played with Zhu Tuan, first gently shaking it on the left side of Zhu Tuan, then slowly moving to the right side while continuing to shake it gently. Zhu Tuan's bright, sparkling eyes followed the direction of the bell, and her chubby neck flexibly turned from left to right. After playing the chase listening and watching game with Zhu Tuan for 2 more rounds, Kai Yue felt bored, although Zhu Tuan was still excited. He put down the handbell and picked up a colorful fabric book. The theme of this small fabric book is the animal world. Kai Yue casually flipped through it, and the various materials on the fabric book made rustling sounds. "Do you remember," Kai Yue whispered, "when you were still in your mother's belly, your dad often told you stories?" He put the cloth book into the little hands of the Snowball, and the little paws of the Snowball tightly grasped the cloth book. Kai Yue continued, "Did I not tell you about the animal world? Can you recognize these animals now?" Zhu Tuan. Kai Yue pointed at the cover of the cloth book. His memory was already outstanding, and at this moment he recalled many details from the pregnancy. In a cold voice he said, "This is a giraffe. When you were 29 weeks and 5 days old in your mother's belly, I told you a story about a giraffe that went mining. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this animal now." "It's not unfamiliar, right? Just try it and see what it tastes like." Zhu Tuan's big eyes turned around as she held the cover of the cloth book, which was a cartoon drawing of a giraffe, and gnawed vigorously at it, leaving a wet, encrypted watermark with her small mouth on the giraffe's neck. Kai Yue frowned. He originally wanted to stop Zhu Tuan from chewing on the cloth book, but remembered that when Zhu Tuan was chewing on her hand earlier, the ant said that Zhu Tuan is currently in the oral stage of exploring the world, and as long as the items she puts in her mouth are safe and clean, there is no need to stop her roughly. This cloth book is made of a material that can be put in the mouth, and since the box of toys has been disinfected, Kai Yue controlled his obsessive cleanliness and let her be. He looked at the bite marks on the cloth book and joked with Zhu Tuan, "Are you leaving Morse code on it with your saliva?" Zhu Tuan blinked and gnawed even more enthusiastically. After finishing the cloth book, she nibbled on the singing rabbit for a while. Kai Yue quietly accompanied his daughter while playing. His gaze swept across the wall, only to discover that the clock on the wall had already pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Tuan was completely wide awake, becoming more excited as she played, her little face turning into a red apple from smiling. Kai Yue furrowed her brows, feeling that something was wrong. This was unusual behavior. Although Zhu Tuan sometimes cried at night, it was her first time waking up in the middle of the night to play excitedly, even becoming more agitated as she played. He immediately called the ant next door through the butler system. The 2 ants were stunned when they arrived. They looked at each other, and their faces showed a complicated and unexplainable expression. Normally, when Zhu Tuan sleeps with them, they absolutely do not play with Zhu Tuan in the middle of the night, let alone play with her with the lights on. This not only makes the baby more excited and unable to sleep, but also cultivates bad living habits. Usually, if Zutuan wakes up in the middle of the night, the two ants will feed her in a pitch-black environment and then gently pat her to help her fall back asleep. Aunt Wang picked Zutuan up from the crib. "Good Zutuan, let's go back to sleep." The next second, the little one who hadn't cried all night suddenly burst into loud wails, the cries sharp and piercing, making one's eardrums ache. The small pearl rolled off the chubby little face and turned into a freshly washed red apple. Aunt Zhao took it from Aunt Wang and tried to coax. The snowball, who usually liked Aunt Zhao very much, would not listen to anything at this moment. She struggled with her small hands and feet, twisting her chubby little belly as she tried to escape. Although both ants were experienced, they still felt at a loss at this moment. Because this was like. Kai Yue frowned thoughtfully and said, "Are you hungry? Why not just take you back to feed you?" The snowball struggled even harder, and in an instant the cries were deafening. Lin Jinyan was awakened by the sound of the snowball crying. She got out of bed and saw her beloved chubby baby crying heart-wrenchingly, instantly filled with heartache. Lin Jinyan quickly took the crying, wet little ball from Aunt Zhao's arms, cuddled the chubby ball to her chest, and softly coaxed, "Good snowball, don't cry, mommy loves you." After being picked up by her mother, Zutuan stopped crying immediately. Her big eyes shed two hot tears, as if they dripped into Lin Jinyan's heart. The cherry blossom pink little mouth was pouting. Her small expression was pitiful, making a whimpering, whining sound, complaining to her mother about being bullied. Lin Jinyan felt a pang of heartache and hurriedly instructed Aunt Zhao to warm up the breast milk, saying she would feed Zutuan and put her to sleep later. Zutuan stopped crying and showed her mother a sweet smile, but her eyes and cheeks were still glistening with shallow tears. Lin Jinyan quickly got the bottle. She stuffed the nipple into the little mouth of the snowball cherry blossom color, softly comforting her. "Good baby, mommy is here. Mommy is with you to sleep." Zutuan softly rubbed Lin Jinyan's thigh with its plump, tender pig trotter, its big eyes seeming to speak. Lin Jinyan was delighted by the chubby girl. "Good baby, mommy loves you." The snowball gazes affectionately at mom. She also loves Mom Tilda. She decided to ignore her dad and aunt. They are both big bad guys who ruin her cuddle time with mom. The two ants exchanged glances. All right, it seems Zutuan recognizes people now. A baby who recognizes people can be hard to take care of. From now on, Zutuan might insist on sleeping in the master bedroom at night and never want to go back with them. Meanwhile, Kai Yue stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This fat cub is much more impressive than he imagined. Because only from his angle could he see that, although the snowball was behaving so well in its mother's arms, its right hand was pointing a finger at him. It was a very arrogant, chubby middle finger. This cub knows too much. Kai Yue suspected she wasn't a first-time human. The two ants were right. The snowball has begun to recognize people. This situation isn't obvious during the day, but every night, the snowball insists on sleeping next to mom and dad, and nobody else can hold it. What impressed Lin Jinyan the most was a particular Friday night. That night, Kai Yue suddenly became very passionate for some reason and pressed her against the sofa as soon as he returned home. She was kissed until she felt dizzy, her heart pounding, her apricot eyes glistening with moisture and her body trembling. Kai Yue's breathing was heavy and scorching, mixed with the taste of cigars and brandy in his mouth. He forcefully pressed Lin Jinyan's wrists above her head, spreading her knees apart and wrapping her legs around his lean waist. The man's thin lips were slightly cool, but the tip of his tongue and the palms of his hands were burning hot. He gently sucked on her lips, then shifted to the side, rubbing her earlobe with his high nose, nibbling on her round and plump earlobe, exhaling warm, alcohol-laden breath into her ear. Lin Jianyan's ears were very sensitive. Being treated this way made her immediately whimper, producing a very delicate moan. When she was on the verge of biting her own tongue, a pleasant voice greatly encouraged the man who was on top of her, and Kai Yue's palm moved closer to the blue silk nightgown she wore at dusk. The base of his fingers had developed a thin callus from years of fitness and cycling on the road, and Lin Jianyan was very afraid of the calluses under his hands. They were rough, gritty, and simply deadly. As the rough calluses brushed against her bear's mouth, a jolt of fine electricity suddenly surged through her. Lin Jianyan gasped, struggling to escape. When her embarrassment reached an unbearable peak, it seemed she heard the man beside her let out a hoarse, soft laugh. It was the kind of light laugh filled with desire, wanting to succeed but never satisfied, vaguely restrained yet on the verge of madness. The wrinkled dusk blue nightgown has already been ruined beyond recognition. As Kai Yue's fingers wanted to continue exploring, Lin Jianyan held back his trembling and pushed his shoulder, crying and shaking his head. No, at least 3 months or more. The maternity handbook says to wait at least 3 months after childbirth before having intercourse, but there are still 7 days left until 3 months. No way. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He just wanted to have a taste. He peeled off the pure cotton gray-pink fabric and rubbed his fingers on it. In an instant, Lin Jinyan's eyes were filled with panic and embarrassment. She tightly gripped the edge of the sofa, her throat squeezing out a broken cry. Kai Yue, stop quickly. Kai Yue didn't listen to her but increased the frequency instead. Lin Jinyan arrived in an instant. She covered her flushed face with her hands, breathing heavily, and a thin layer of sweat broke out all over her body. Kai Yue held her and sat her on his lap. She looked moist and soft, her cheeks flushed, like she had no bones as she leaned against the man's embrace, showing no strength at all. Kai Yue wiped her damp fingers and deliberately asked in a low, slow tone by her ear, "Don't you also enjoy this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan felt both angry and embarrassed. Her cheeks were flushed as if they were burned by fire. She glared at Kai Yue fiercely and swatted his chest with her hand. However, her hand was caught by the man and pressed further down. When Lin Jinyan held onto the hot object, her mind seemed to go blank for a moment, and she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. She tightly shut her eyes, not daring to look at anything. But unexpectedly, when she closed her eyes, the sensation in her palm became even more shocking. Compared to his arm, more terrifying veins were winding above. He moved her hand. Although she wasn't using her strength, her wrist felt very sore. Lin Jinyan was bullied to the point of wanting to cry, "Kai Yue, are you better yet?" She cursed the bad guy Kai Yue 100 times in her heart. Back then, they were all classmates in the same class. How did she not see this side of him? Responding to her was the increasingly deep and rich sound of a man's breathing in her ear, almost. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 drops of sweat were dripping from the edge of Kai Yue's forehead. So captivated by her bare hug. It itches to death. Lin Jianyan's body trembled slightly, her fingertips shaking. The palm involuntarily clenched tighter. Hiss. Kai Yue only felt a surge of electricity rushing up his spine, and the excitement instantly engulfed him. This subtle action stimulated him, causing the promise he had just made to Lin Zizhu to be cast far away at this moment. Without saying a word, he directly picked up Lin Zizhu and threw her onto the bed, brutally tearing apart the dusky blue silk. He took a deep breath of hot, murky air, pinning down her restless hands and feet, burying his face into her. Lin Zizhu was greatly shocked, her ankle thrashing and struggling, but was firmly controlled by the man's large hand. At that moment, the intercom of the butler system suddenly rang. At the moment when Kai Yue was lost in thought, Lin Jianyan quickly darted out from under the tall man's shadow. Afraid of being caught again, she crawled on her knees towards the bed, with a piece of pure cotton fabric hanging from her ankle. With tearful eyes, she cautiously glanced back at the man behind her, only to see Kai Yue sitting at the foot of the bed, motionless, with dark crimson eyes staring intently at her face. Lin Jianian didn't even dare to breathe. In a flurry, she answered the intercom from the AI housekeeper, and in an instant, the deafening cries from the other end of the line surged in. Aunt Wang's anxious voice was tinged with helplessness. "Madam, I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but Zhu Tuan has been crying too hard tonight. No matter how I comfort her, it doesn't work. Just now, she vomited a little milk from crying, and I'm worried that she may be unwell." Lin Zhizhang's heart tightened at the words, and she anxiously said, "Quickly bring over the snowball." "Aunt Wang, yes, ma'am." After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhizhang acted quickly as if wound up like a spring, washing her hands, face, and changing into pajamas, all in one smooth motion. Not until she had tidied herself up did she notice Kai Yue sitting at the end of the bed. She was anxious and hurriedly pushed and pulled Kai Yue towards the bathroom, muttering, "You need to hurry up and shower. Don't let the baby smell the smoke and alcohol." With a click, the bathroom door was shut by Lin Zhiznian from the outside. The body's reaction had not faded, yet it had to accept the sudden interruption. Kai Yue raised his hand to gently pinch his brow and smiled helplessly. While Kai Yue was taking a shower, he heard the sharp cry of the little princess arriving. The little princess's crying quickly stopped, presumably because she was taken in her mother's arms. Lin Zhinian tightly hugged the little one in her arms, while Zhu Duan's face was full of pitiful tear stains. Her little face had turned red from crying for a long time. She clenched her small fists, her pink mouth pursed, with sparkling tears swirling in her eyes, looking stubborn. Lin Zhinian and the two aunts both breathed a sigh of relief in their first reaction. "Aunt Zhao, fortunately, Zhu Duan is not uncomfortable. She just recognized someone. The little one cannot speak, so if she is crying due to reasons like colic, it would be very troublesome." Lin Zhinian held the soft and warm meat dumpling, filled with heartache. "Did she spit up a lot?" Auntie Zhao replied. "Zhu Duan drank 180 milliliters of milk before sleeping, and just cried out and spit up twice, not much." Lin Zhinian finally felt completely at ease. "You can go back, Zhu Duan will sleep with me." Auntie Wang nodded. "Madam, if Zhu Duan wakes up in the middle of the night, just use the butler to call us over." Lin Zhinian nodded in agreement and then carried the soft little lump back to the big bed. Lin Zhinian lay on her side, wrapping her arm around the soft snow lump. The snow lump's eyes were red and swollen from crying too long tonight, with curly eyelashes wet. But even though she was so sleepy that her eyelids felt heavy, she still tightly grasped one of her mother's fingers with her small round paw. Lin Zhinian gently coaxed, "Silly snow lump, mommy will always be with you." The snow lump pouted and let out a small hum, as if being spoiled. She dependently rubbed against her mother's chest and ultimately succumbed to sleepiness, drifting deeply into dreamland. Lin Zhinian leaned close to the creamy little dumpling's face. Since this little chubby creature had no neck, she could only sniff at the cheeks and small fragrant shoulders of the snow dumpling. The milky scent filled her nostrils, and Lin Zhinian happily narrowed her eyes. This little one is truly chubby and white, full of hope. After Kai Yue finished his bath, he saw a round, small body sprawled unabashedly in the middle of the big bed. Lin Zhinian made a shushing gesture to Kai Yue. She carefully tucked the snow dumpling in under the blanket and tiptoed to Kai Yue's side. "Kai Yue, how about we let Zhu Tuan sleep with us in the future? She can recognize people now." Kai Yue paused for a moment, his handsome brows slightly furrowing, and said directly, "It's not good to pamper children too much. If infants always sleep with their parents, it will make them overly dependent and unable to develop a strong and independent personality." He systemically gave examples. "I never slept with my parents when I was a child, but that didn't mean I missed out on anything. I was able to fly abroad alone at 7, dared to hike in the primeval forest at 10, and by 13 I had entered the World Touring Car Championship representing the youth team. I believe this is closely related to my parents' strict education from a young age. Lin Jai Nyan bit her lip, secretly cursing. This man was just drunkenly kissing her a moment ago, and now he was so clear-headed, spouting reason after reason. During high school, Kai Yue was the captain of the debate team, and Lin Jian knew that if she went head-to-head with him, she would definitely lose and might even end up in a worse situation. She had no choice but to try another approach. Lin Jian took the towel from Kai Yue's hand, planning to dry his hair. Kai Yue was too tall. Even on tiptoe, Lin Jian couldn't reach his hair, so she stepped barefoot onto his foot and strained to wipe the damp strands from his forehead. The moist scent brushed against her face, causing Kai Yue to momentarily pause his breath, and his body instantly stiffened. Lin Jinyan gently rubbed his hair while saying in a soft voice, "Zuduan is still small. I think we can live together for now and separate rooms when she gets a little older." She playfully nudged his foot with her toes, saying, "Sleeping together doesn't mean pampering. Your family's cold-faced parenting methods are outdated. It's now fashionable to respond to needs promptly and establish secure attachment relationships, so the child feels more secure." Kai Yue swallowed hard. Usually swift and sharp in his thinking, he found himself momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. The man finally closed his eyes and conceded, "Clear out the small compartment for Zuduan to sleep." Lin Zhizhai's eyes lit up as a forgotten little nook in the bedroom appeared in her mind. The space was just the right size, with good lighting, almost like it was tailor-made for the snowball. Having the snowball stay in the small nook would make it easy to take care of them while still allowing for their private space. This arrangement is just too perfect. Lin Zhizhai's eyes turned into crescent moons as she made an okay gesture and said, "I agree. I'll have someone decorate the little nook well tomorrow." Watching Lin Zhizhai's bright smile, Kai Yue felt soft-hearted but still emphasized, "Separate rooms when they turn 1 year old." Lin Zhizhai nodded with a smile. "Okay, it's settled then." Although she loves Snowball very much, she is not the type of mother who has strong possessiveness. She understands that appropriate distance is beneficial for both children and the couple's relationship. Since the small compartment has not been tidied up yet, Snowball will still sleep by her side tonight. Lin Jinyan happily jumped onto the bed, hugging the fragrant and soft dumpling to sleep, leaving Kai Yue with the back of his head. Kai Yue smiled helplessly. He sat down at his desk to continue handling the unfinished work from the day. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the man timely picked up the Snowball who had woken up at night. While holding an overseas video conference, he skillfully stuffed the pacifier into the Snowball's mouth. This time, he was smart about it. He didn't play or interact with the Snowball while feeding at night. The little one squinted her eyes and obediently drank the milk without fully waking up. Kai Yue noticed that several participants were looking at the Snowball in his arms with shocked expressions. The man frowned slightly and gently urged, "Please continue speaking." The voice of Deputy General Manager Chen came through the headphones. Deputy General Manager Chen was chatting in English with a few foreign clients while secretly glancing at the Snowball in Kai Yue's arms. Tonight, the little Snowball is dressed in a black onesie, gently holding a milk bottle with a tiny white paw, and her chubby little feet arrogantly stepping on Daddy's arm. Her posture while drinking milk is quite arrogant, and her expression is even more so. She looks more domineering than her usual self in the office. Dressed in all black, she is the true little mob boss of the baby world. Vice President Chen adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but sigh internally. Zhao Kai's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, and she will surely lead the group to greater heights in the future. After all, as the saying goes, as long as you can keep a child from going crazy, you're sure to succeed in whatever you do in the future. After the Snowball moved into the master bedroom, she indeed stopped crying at night. Lin Jai Nyan would always first place her on the big bed to cuddle her to sleep, and after the little one fell asleep, she would quietly transfer her to the baby bed in the small space. Lin Jai Nyan installed a baby monitor next to Zhu Tuan's crib, so that no matter where she was, whether in the shower or skincare, one can observe Zhu Tuan's sleep status anytime and anywhere. Zhu Tuan sleeps very deeply and is completely unaware that she has been secretly moved. Lin Jinyan stuffed a comforting teddy bear into Zhu Tuan's little blanket nest. The teddy bear still carries a scent of mom since it was previously placed on the big bed. Zhu Tuan thinks she is still sleeping with her mom. She knows nothing and only makes sweet little snores like a piglet. After Lin Jianayan checked that the temperature and humidity of the air conditioner were both at comfortable and pleasant levels, she couldn't help but sneakily take a gentle nibble on Zhu Tuan's round face before leaving the small compartment. Soft, delicate, and plump, it was 100 times more delicious than a freshly baked cheesecake. Zhu Tuan's poor little face was turned red after being nibbled by her mother. She didn't wake up. Only her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly. After finishing with the cub, Lin Jianayan raised her head, a triumphant smile on her face, and tiptoed out of the small compartment, closing the door behind her. However, Lin Jianayan did not expect that, after she finished sucking on the snowball, someone else would come to suck on her. She was heavily pressed onto the bed, her eyes filled with tears, her hands weakly pushing against Kai Yue's shoulders, and her sealed lips emitted soft, dense moans. She wanted to lift her foot and kick this man who had been so emotional lately, but she couldn't move at all. The man's hot, rough palms slid from her small waist all the way up, his calloused fingertips brushing against her tender, soft flesh, igniting waves of tingling electricity. Lin Jinyan was very afraid of his hands. She wanted to curse the dog of a man, but her mouth was sealed by his kiss, unable to catch her breath. She could only whimper and shake her head. In an instant, Lin Jinyan felt something. Her face turned red and she trembled all over. She tried to twist her waist to escape, but was pinned down on the bed by a finger, unable to move. The man bit her earlobe and said hoarsely, "Don't make such a loud noise, or you'll wake the little princess next door." Lin Jinyan cried with tears and glared at him hatefully. "Die pervert!" Kai Yue was stirred by Lin Jianayan's glare, his throat rolled, and his gaze momentarily darkened a few shades. He stuffed his index finger from the other hand close to her mouth, his voice full of control. "Since you can't keep quiet, let me help you." Lin Jinyan sobbed, her skin stained with a beautiful rose hue. She didn't want to struggle anymore and didn't dare to look at that man casually, fearing that if she looked at him one more time, he would become uncontrollably excited. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the waves. In her blurred consciousness, Lin Zhizheng heard the man's deep and muffled chuckle. "No need to endure, you're really great." Lin Zhizheng lay on the bed, gasping for breath like a fish that had been squeezed dry, drenched in sweat, her porcelain white skin covered with a layer of glossy sheen. The man leisurely wiped his hands with a wet wipe and then carried her into the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Jianayan wanted to drive this dog of a man away, but she simply didn't have the strength. Fortunately, Kai Yue didn't make any more moves. He placed Lin Jianayan in the bathtub and thoughtfully helped her wash. "I'm going to Europe the day after tomorrow, and I might not be there when the snowball reaches 3 months. Lin Jianayan's face turned red from the hot water and she nodded. "MHM. Great, finally no more bullying her." Kai Yue's palm rested on her smooth and lustrous back as he rubbed the slippery and delicate white foam on it, then raised his eyes and asked, "But it has been 3 months since I returned from my business trip in Europe. Is that okay then?" Lin Jianayan was furious when she heard this. Did this scoundrel have nothing else on his mind except for this matter? She scooped up water and splashed it at him. "No way, I won't do it." Kai Yue was caught off guard and splashed with water. his wet hair revealing the sharp and handsome features of his face that flashed a hint of helplessness. Can she be reasonable? It seems she hasn't been studying properly. This is clearly written in black and white in the manual. The next day, Kai Yue was ready to set off. As he passed by the nursery, he saw Lin Jai Nian playing a little game with Zhu Tuan. The mother and daughter were fully engrossed, one sitting and the other lying down. The reason was that Lin Jai Nian discovered that Zhu Tuan had begun to show social smiles. Every time she smiled at Zhu Tuan or praised her, the little one would return a smile and make cooing sounds in a baby language that adults couldn't understand. To verify just how much Zhu Tuan could understand, Lin Jai Nian conducted a little experiment. She leaned close to the snowball and exaggeratedly opened her mouth at the little dumpling. In the next moment, the expression on the snowball's face also changed, trying hard to squeeze its features, with its small mouth without teeth opening wide. Though the action was not very standard, the snowball also made a similar smiling face as its mother. Immediately afterward, Lin Jinyan clapped his hands in front of her. The snowball's eyes suddenly lit up, and it raised its small hands wanting to clap as well, but due to being too excited, it used too much force, causing its left and right hands to constantly miss each other. Aunt Zhao smiled and explained, "Baby is starting to imitate. At this stage, children's social and communication skills are improving. They learn to use facial expressions and body language to engage in two-way communication with others and increasingly enjoy playing with others." Lin Jinyan nodded thoughtfully, and at that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind. Kai Yue, dressed in a sharp suit, walked into the nursery, unbuttoned his cufflinks, and bent down to sit beside the mother and daughter. Lin Jinyan was surprised. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Kai Yue glanced at his wristwatch and raised an eyebrow, saying, "There's still half an hour of free time." Lin Jai Nian also couldn't chase him away. She suddenly had a brainwave and casually threw a Manhattan ball at Kai Yue. "You can play tug-of-war with Zhu Tuan." Kai Yue. Lin Jai Nian smiled and said, "Tug-of-war can not only improve her interaction skills, but also strengthen her hand muscles." The little hands of Zhu Tuan wave energetically, saying in a sweet voice, "Duh-duh." Chiyu had no choice but to pick up the Manhattan ball, placing it at Zhu Tuan's chest diagonally above, intending to directly put it into Zhu Tuan's hands. Unexpectedly, the little one was much more clever than the adults imagined. She didn't need any guidance. With a stretch of her 5 chubby fingers, she grabbed one corner of the Manhattan ball tightly in her palm. Zhu Tuan's little hands are very strong. Her big eyes are filled with pride, and her chubby little feet are excitedly kicking non-stop. Kai Yu raised an eyebrow with interest and drew a smile, not expecting this little one to be so strong. He started playing a tug-of-war game with Snowball, constantly pushing and pulling back and forth. He pretended to exert force, pulling the Manhattan ball towards himself, while Snowball firmly held onto one corner of the ball but couldn't pull it back, her little face turning as red as an apple from the strain. Kai Yu slowly relaxed his grip, allowing Snowball to huff and puff as she pulled the Manhattan ball back to her end. Zhu Tuan tried her best and finally pulled the Manhattan ball to her chest, almost sweating from the effort. Lin Jai Nian smiled and raised her hand to announce, "In the first round of tug-of-war, Zhu Tuan wins." Kai Yue also pretended to be tired and said slowly, "Zhu Tuan, you have great strength. Even your dad can't win against you in tug-of-war." Zhu Tuan was flattered and a bit giddy, her face full of pride and happiness as she babbled in baby talk, her chubby little feet kicking around everywhere. Kai Yue's lips curved into a faint smile, taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Tuan's smile was bright. He suddenly pulled the Manhattan ball in his hand. With a pop, Zhu Tuan's small hand instantly lost strength, and the Manhattan ball was forcibly taken away by Kai Yue. Zhu Tuan was momentarily stunned. Watching the Manhattan ball being snatched away, Dad intentionally waved it in front of her, and Zhu Tuan immediately cried out in grievance, "Wah!" She let out two fierce "awu" sounds, stretching out her strong little paw trying to snatch the Manhattan ball back. Unfortunately, although the snowball was strong, her coordination at this age wasn't quite enough. Her little hands always fell just short of grasping the constantly moving Manhattan ball, each time missing by a hair's breadth. Kai Yue was in a good mood and teased deliberately, "Snowball, it seems like you can't handle the game." Snowball wouldn't listen. She tightened her little fist, her big eyes brimming with tears, and made soft whimpering cries. Lin Jinyan picked up her daughter without saying a word, wiped the wet tears off her face, protected her precious child, and glared at Kai Yue, saying clearly, "It was you who didn't follow the rules. The first round of tug-of-war has already ended, but I haven't announced the start of the second round yet." Snow Tuan angrily said, "Ow." Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and said, "Winning is certainly good, but being able to lose gracefully is an excellent quality." Lin Jai pouted and said, "Snow Tuan is just so small and doesn't understand anything. Take your big theories and hurry up to your business trip." Snow Tuan stood on the same side as Mom, fiercely demonstrating to Dad, "Duh." Kai Yue was thus expelled from the baby child room. But the little snow princess was still not happy, so Lin Jinyan simply kicked the man out of the house. Before closing the door, Kai Yue stuffed his hands into his pockets, stared at Lin Jinyan and slightly raised his chin, saying, "I'm going out for a week. Are you going to miss me?" Without a second thought in front of her daughter, Lin Jinyan blurted out, "Of course not." Kai Yue smiled slightly, said nothing more, and stepped into the back seat of the black Bentley with long strides. The car began to slowly move. Lin Jinyan looked at the tail of the black Bentley, and her lips lightly pursed. Kai Yue didn't know that during her high school days, she had watched his car leave the gate of number 7 middle school countless times after classes. She secretly watched him leave but never received a response. The 16-year-old girl, Lin Jinyan, suddenly jumped out from her heart. The 24-year-old Lin Jinyan lowered her gaze, hiding the fleeting disappointment in her eyes. The snowball might have sensed her mother's emotions. She rubbed her small head against her mother's chest, her eyes shining, wanting to comfort her. Just then, the back window of the black Bentley, about to leave the courtyard, slowly lowered, and Kai Yue's long, slender hand reached out from the window, waving at the mother and daughter. Lin Jinyan was slightly taken aback. Her steps that were originally prepared to turn back home came to a halt. The phone in her pocket rang twice in quick succession. "Kai Yue, I left the house for less than half a minute." "Kai Yue, but I have already started to miss you." During the days when Kai Yue was not home, Snowball achieved a leap in its physical development for the first time in its life. On the morning of its 3rd month, Snowball learned to roll over. In fact, before the first self rolled over, Lin Jinyan had already sensed that the baby had signs of wanting to roll over. Because the little Snowball has recently taken to twisting her chubby body like a meatball to lie on her side, she tightly grasps the bed sheet with her small round hands, kicking her little piggy feet repeatedly, using the friction to push against the surface. The plump little one has a pair of thin, shallow eyebrows that tighten from the effort, and her little face turns red, but due to her immature muscle strength, she can never complete the last step of the rollover. The little one is trying very hard, and the mother cannot just stand by and watch. At this moment, Lin Jinyan will support the little Snowball and help her find the feeling of rolling over. She draped Zhu Tuan's little legs and then held onto the little hand of the cub, pulling it to the side, and Zhu Tuan's round, chubby body smoothly rolled over like a meatball. After practicing many times like this, on the morning of his 3rd month, the Snowball suddenly learned to flip over by itself. She proudly raised her little apple-like face and made very excited "Ayo, ayo" baby sounds to her mom and aunt. It's just that her position after turning over happened to get stuck at the edge of the bed. Lin Jai Nyan and the ant were scared out of their wits, and with a swift move, she rushed over to support the snowball, which was only 1 centimeter away from the edge of the bed and looking quite pleased with itself. The snowball curled its toothless little mouth and said, "Yeah, yeah." Lin Jai Nyan helplessly pinched the chubby face of the little one and said, "Well done, you've learned to roll over. But next time, be sure not to roll over near the edge of the bed, or if you accidentally fall off, you'll turn into a little crybaby." The snowball puffed up its little chest, looking very proud. "Hee, brave little one is not afraid of falling. Whoever cries is a big silly." To celebrate the snowball turning 3 months old and its first time rolling over independently, Lin Jinyan took the little one to a gathering with her girlfriends the next day. In the exquisite beige-themed restaurant, the snowball was having afternoon tea with a group of aunties. Of course, Mom and the aunt's afternoon tea consists of delicate macarons, exquisite cheese scones, and uniquely shaped fruit tarts on a 3-tier silver dessert stand, while Zutwang's afternoon tea has only a bottle of milk. Zutwang does not think her afternoon tea is insufficiently lavish. She tightly grips the ears of the milk bottle with her 2 little round paws and sucks forcefully, her chubby face turning crimson, showing a very satisfied expression. Several aunts were amused and laughed at Zutwang's adorable appearance while drinking milk. Yang Shuang couldn't help but pick up Zutwang, who had just finished drinking milk, for a crazy selfie. Zutwang was wearing a light green floral jumpsuit today, with a matching floral hat on her head, dressed particularly full of a spring vibe. After having her fill, Zhu Tuan was in a great mood, softly leaning against Aunt Yang, her big eyes sparkling, and her little chubby face breaking into a smile. Yang Shuang took a selfie with the warm dumpling in her arms. "Wow, this one looks great, I'm going to post it on Moments." The caption will be, "Having afternoon tea with my 3-month-old sister." Zhu Tuan rubbed her little head against Yang Shuang's chest, babbling in baby talk, "Duh. Lin Jinyan. No, are you sure this is your sister?" After taking photos, Yang Shuang was busy editing pictures, while Kaio Kinking and Zio Menki were chatting about spring nail art and the new blockbuster movie. Wang Siwen, sitting across from them, occasionally took a sip of orange juice, looking down and lost in thought. Lin Jinyan keenly noticed that Wang Siwen was in a low mood, so she placed a small piece of cake in front of her on the porcelain plate and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Wang Siwen was slightly taken aback, then smiled, though the smile did not reach her eyes, and she vaguely replied, "It's nothing, just some work matters." Wang Siwen pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. She didn't tell her close friends that in fact she felt oppressed at the company. As a core member promoted by the former minister, she had hopes of being promoted to the minister of the operations department, but unexpectedly, a new minister was suddenly parachuted in. The current minister has a subtle dissatisfaction with her, leading to her being excluded and isolated in the office's small groups. Now she is under a lot of work and psychological pressure, and has even contemplated resignation. Lin Jinyan knew that her close friend had a sincere and introverted personality. She genuinely comforted her, saying, "If you need any help or someone to talk to, remember to reach out to us anytime." Wang Siwen narrowed her eyes and said, "Thank you, Zai Zai. By the way, now that Zhu Tuan has just turned 3 months old, what are your future plans, Zai Zai?" A few close friends curiously chimed in, "Yeah, what are your thoughts?" Lin Jai Nyan showed a hint of confusion in her eyes. "First, I'll send out resumes broadly and just look for a fashion design job that fits my major." The standard corporate worker Kaio Kinking waved her hand and frowned. The current environment is not good. Being a corporate worker is really not happy at all. Zio Menki, who works at a sexual pleasure toy company, shook her head and said, "That's right, look at me. Although I'm youthful and beautiful, I still have a hint of obsolescence about me." Lin Jinyan sighed, "Otherwise, what else can we do?" Yang Shuang picked up the snowball from the baby stroller and held it on her lap. She touched the little one's tender white hand and joked, "You don't have to worry. Your daughter is so cute and eye-catching. Why don't you let her go out and earn money to support you?" Kaio Kinking also laughed and joked, "That's right, let's find a class for the little one so she can be a child model." Zayo Menki, "Haha, if our snowball is going to be a child model, we must make sure someone pays her a high salary. She can't work for free." Lin Jinian. The conversation drifted further and further away, and Snowball had no idea that she had been assigned a job. She babbled happily, looking at the ants with a smile. After a while, Snowball's attention was caught by something else. She raised her small, white, round hand, carefully inspecting it, with 5 chubby fingers opening and closing into a fist, repeatedly performing this action. It's been more than 3 months now, and Zhu Tuan's vision is getting better and better. She can see many things up close. The little one suddenly let out a surprised sound, seemingly in disbelief. A tilde. She put one of her chubby fingers into her mouth and sucked on it, her little brows furrowing, then took her little hand out. The little one shook her head from side to side, wanting to talk to her mom and the aunties. She waved her little fist, which was still covered in spit, fully expressing her desire to communicate. Unfortunately, Lin Jinian and her friend's baby talk level is only at 0, so they don't know what Zhu Tuan is really saying. Lin Jinian handed a wet wipe to Zhu Tuan to wipe the drool off her fingers and said helplessly, "Hands have bacteria, don't eat your hands." Zhu Tuan continued to babble, her cherry blossom pink mouth opening and closing, trying to express her thoughts to her mom and aunts. But no one understood what she was saying. Her mom and aunts were chatting about some very boring topics, such as Aunt Wang advising mom to be careful when looking for a job, emphasizing that the character of direct supervisors is more important than anything else. Aunt Yang asking mom to send her resume, as she had some connections that could help recommend her. And Aunt Zayo suggesting that mom shouldn't look for a job, but instead showcase her talents by designing children's clothing and opening a children's clothing store, where she could also serve as the exclusive child model. The adults were chattering away about these matters, with no one having the time to pay attention to Zhu Tuan. Zhu Tuan clenched her small pink fists tightly, her little belly full of anger. It was then that she realized that this group of adults was not as smart as her. After all, they couldn't even understand baby talk. The snowball wants to surprise the adults by saying, "Wow, she discovered that she actually has nailed it." This was still the first time she discovered how wonderful her little body was. The snowball was very satisfied, and she immersed herself in her own world, continuing to gnaw on the nails she had just discovered. After mom and a few aunts finished their heated discussion, everyone had already left the afternoon tea restaurant and pushed the snowball in front of a mother and baby store. Lin Jinian pushed the snowball inside and told the staff her needs, saying helplessly, "The child is 3 months old and recently likes to chew on her hands. Is there any product that can improve this problem?" The snowball didn't understand what was wrong with chewing her hands. She widened her big, round eyes and performed on-site in front of everyone. She was not satisfied with just one finger and stuffed in her second and third fingers as well. Suck, 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 tilde, tilde. The snowball was utterly enchanted, with its little face blushing a soft pink, like a round strawberry-flavored dumpling. "I want to eat my hands. I love eating my hands. Little hands are the tastiest food besides milk, tilde." The staff smiled and led Lin Jinian to the teething gel area. If the baby loves to chew on her hands, you can buy her a box of UFO teething gel. This gel is made from very soft material, and putting on the UFO lid can effectively prevent her from chewing on her hands, while removing the lid can also help train the baby's grasping ability. Lin Jinian shook the bright yellow UFO teething gel in front of the snowball. "Snowball, do you like it?" This is Zhu Tuan's first time going shopping, and she is very excited. She waves her small round hands and lets out an excited shout. "Ayo!" She loves it. As long as it's something she hasn't seen before, she loves it. The ants dote on Zootuan, swinging cute things in front of her face. As soon as Zootuan smiles, they toss it into the shopping cart, and soon the cart is filled to the brim. Lin Jinyan only realized when she swiped Kai Yue's card to pay that her few best friends had packed nearly all the latest items in the entire maternity and baby store. Lin Jinyan carefully selected a variety of good items suitable for 3-month-old puppies, including calming small puppies, a small bear drool cloth, a shaping pillow, an alien bed bell, a small lion protective mask, cucumber sunglasses, oral cleaning finger cots, corn rattles, harnesses, and various baby skincare products to apply on the body and face. After completing the checkout, Lin Jinyan found the items too many, so she divided them into 3 heavy bags and took a photo of her shopping achievements for the day, asking the driver to first take the bags back to the car. On the other side of the ocean, Kai Yue received the credit card bill and immediately sent a voice message on WeChat, his voice carrying a lazy tone. "What are you doing?" Lin Jinyan smiled and deliberately replied, "I'm busy." Kai Yue replied to her, "I think you are just busy, so you only need to look at the first 3 words." Lin Jinyan was puzzled for a moment, squinting her eyes in an attempt to understand the meaning of this sentence. The first 3 words are, "I miss you." After realizing it, she stared in disbelief with wide eyes, her face suddenly flushed, and a strange feeling flowed through her heart. Where on earth did he copy those cheesy love lines from? It's still somewhat abstract. She replied with a silent but skilled emoji, touched her flushed cheek, and walked towards the little chubby children playing with a few of her friends nearby. The little chubby child was lying at a 45-degree angle in the stroller, surrounded by aunties tickling him. The 4 ants had a great time playing with Zootuan today. Yang Shuang pinched Zootuan's soft, chubby shoulder and lifted her sleeve to count how many joints her arm had. Wang Siwen gently poked the chubby little belly of the baby, which wobbled like strawberry jelly. Zio Menki helped Zootuan put on a small floral hat, and also gently rubbed her little ear. And Kaio Kinking had the appearance of an old monster, capturing a little foot of Zootuan, clearly feeling the outline of the chubby foot through the soft cotton sock. Zootuan loves playing with her ants, her sparkling big eyes curved into a smile, occasionally letting out a couple of giggles, while her little body dodged the overly enthusiastic hands of her ants because she was ticklish. Haha, Zootuan is really too much fun. If I take a breath of her every day, how could there be any worries in life? Lin Jinyan, can you lend me your little one to play with for a while? Lin Jinyan thought for a moment. Although this little one is cute, it can be a bit mischievous at times. She cleared her throat and said, "Sure, just return it to me when it falls asleep." The 4 best friends exchanged glances, not falling for her trick. Dream on. Crying will repay you. Lin Jinyan. After saying goodbye to her girlfriends and returning home, the Silver Mountain Villa suddenly welcomed Li Suhua and a bunch of relatives, with the relatives having a great time playing with Zootuan, making the atmosphere at home as lively as during the New Year. That night, Kai Yue also returned home early, catching Lin Jinyan off guard. Lin Jinyan was so busy that she felt dizzy, only finding the time to unpack the items bought from the maternity and baby store the next morning. She unwrapped each item one by one, categorizing and neatly storing them, taking out the items that needed cleaning separately, planning to have the ant take them for washing and sterilization before Snowball used them. At this moment, Kai Yue happened to slowly stroll down from the 2nd floor. Seeing the scene before him, his steps momentarily paused. In the living room, the large floor-to-ceiling windows acted like natural frames, perfectly capturing the fresh greens of spring outside and the soft, golden-orange sunlight. Lin Jinyan was standing right in the center of the glass window, wearing a soft, light apricot-colored knit loungewear. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, casually tied back with a sharp clip, with a few playful strands falling on either side of her face. She held a small pink ball in her hand, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, adding a touch of lively energy to the whole scene. Kai Yue was momentarily silent, as if afraid to disturb the person in the painting. He stood still, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the spring of his first year of high school. He remembered that at that time, the sunlight was also a gentle orange hue. The orange sunlight cascades down, enveloping the entire sky. The basketball court echoes with the crisp, joyful laughter of adolescent boys and girls, along with bursts of intense applause. Pool god, pool god. The pool god is so handsome, he actually did a windmill dunk. He's clearly just showing off, it's simply a provocation. Haha, how arrogant, I like it. The faces of those guys from the vocational high school across the way have turned green with anger. The young man surrounded by the crowd pulled off his fiery red headband. His gaze was fierce as he casually wiped sweat with his basketball jersey, revealing a lean yet well-defined set of abs. The girls watching this scene were all so excited that they squealed continuously. However, Kai Yue's gaze pierced through the noisy crowd and landed precisely on the girl sitting in the corner of the bleachers. The girl sat upright, not looking at the game, but was instead engrossed in a Chinese textbook, fully focused on memorizing the text. Does this class representative for Chinese really have to come to the noisy basketball court to memorize texts? Does she have some special habit? No, you should ask her. Is there nothing else worth noting on the basketball court? Is studying her only focus in life? Kai Yue's brows furrowed slightly, and an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction surged in her heart. This Chinese class representative comes to the basketball court almost every day after school. She has fair skin, round eyes that are dark and bright, and she always wears a neat and tidy school uniform. She changes the color of her hairbands every day. Pink on Monday, light blue on Tuesday, and today, Wednesday, she is using pearl color. Kai Yue suddenly let out an incredible sneer at this thought. What color hairband she uses has nothing to do with him. They are not familiar, having exchanged no more than 20 sentences since entering high school together. Although Kai Yue thought this way, every time he passed by her stand, he would intentionally and unintentionally comb his wet hair back with his distinctly defined hands. Because he suddenly remembered that there had once been a round of voting on the school forum which hairstyle of the school hunk is the coolest, and the wet slick-back hairstyle was far ahead in the rankings. Tisk, he definitely wasn't doing it on purpose to show her. Nor was he trying to intentionally attract her attention. He just felt that such nice weather was really too good for her to be using it to memorize texts. Lin Jinyan was focused on studying the new maternal and infant products she had just received when suddenly, someone grasped her waist from behind, using a completely controlling posture. Lin Jinyan was taken aback. She glanced sideways and saw Kai Yue's sharply defined jawline emitting a sense of masculine toughness. Kai Yue asked, "What are these?" Although Lin Jinyan felt her scalp tingle from his heated breath when she spoke about the new snowball toy, her tone was light and joyful, like talking about treasured possessions. "Look at this tissue pull and play. The pattern is so cute, right? You can tear it any way you want. It's rubbish, and it can still be used to exercise the baby's fine motor skills." Kai Yue, oh. Receiving a lukewarm response from the man, Lin Jianian glared at him. "Is that all you're going to say, just oh?" Kai Yue explained leisurely. "These are merely products tagged by mother and baby merchants with a brand premium attached. To put it simply, they are just patterned tissues, yet the price is much higher than their actual value." Lin Jinyan raised her face and said stubbornly, "So what? As long as Zhu Tuan likes it, that's all that matters." Kai Yue smiled and, feeling playful, continued to tease with a drawn-out tone. "Lin Jinyan, aren't you an art student? You could buy some tissue paper and draw yourself. I think your drawing would look better than this." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan was slightly stunned and instinctively tightened her grip on the crinkled tissue paper in her hand. She pressed her lips together and was momentarily at a loss for words. To be precise, there was a pounding sense of guilt in her heart. Although she is an art student, she has always only drawn in the teacher's studio and has never displayed her works in class. How did Kai Yue know what her painting looked like? Did he discover something? Did he discover the sketchbook that she had hidden deep in her backpack and later suddenly disappeared? That year, she would go to the basketball court every afternoon, pretending to recite a text, but in reality, she had a sketchbook tucked into her language book, secretly drawing with her head lowered. Coincidentally, every page in the sketchbook was drawn with him in mind. The night after Kai Yue returned home from his business trip, at 12 midnight, a sharp cry suddenly rang out. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue were both awakened at the same time. They frowned and glanced at each other, quickly getting out of bed to head towards the small partition. Although Zhu Tuan woke up at night every evening, this cry was clearly different from usual. Kai Yue turned on the big light in the small partition, while Lin Jinyan rushed to the crib to check on their baby. Zhu Tuan tightly closed her eyes and cried loudly, with teardrops the size of beans rolling down her rosy cheeks. She clenched her small pink fists and struggled violently on the bed, her plump little legs bending and straightening, kicking chaotically. The force was evidently not the same as when she normally played. It was clear that her anger or discomfort had driven her to act this way. Lin Jinyan's pupils contracted sharply as she hurriedly pulled Zhu Tuan out of the crib. "Baby, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Zhu Tuan couldn't speak yet, so she could only cry hoarsely to ask her mother for help. She twisted her chubby little body, as if trying to tell her mother that she felt extremely uncomfortable. Lin Jinyan just realized that her diaper was leaking, wetting a large area of her pajamas and blanket. Lin Jinyan and Kai Yue changed Snowball's clothes together. Although Snowball was no longer crying, she was still blinking her big, wet eyes at her mom and dad. Pouting her little mouth and her chubby cheeks still had traces of little pearls rolling down. During the process of changing clothes, they discovered a large area of red rashes on Snowball's lotus-like little arms and the back of her neck, standing out particularly on her white and tender skin. Lin Jinyan asked anxiously, "What is this? Is it eczema?" Kai Yue frowned slightly and said, "Don't worry, let Auntie take a look first." Kai Yue first took a few photos of the rash on Zhu Tuan and sent them to the family doctor, and then called the two aunties over with the AI housekeeper. Aunt Zhao and Aunt Wang immediately arrived, both of whom are experienced and qualified childcare providers, confidently stated, "The baby is allergic." Lin Jinyan asked in surprise, "Allergic? Allergic to what?" Lin Jai was full of doubt. Zhu Tuan is now 3 months old and has never shown any signs of allergies to anything. Let alone that she is currently drinking milk, it is impossible for her to come into contact with allergens from food. Aunt Wang held Zhu Tuan and gently patted her to soothe her, while Aunt Zhao picked up the small pajamas that Zhu Tuan had just changed out of and examined them for a while. This set of pajamas is new and was worn for the first time tonight. Could it be the clothes? Aunt Zhao frowned and said, "If she only came into contact with this new item today, it's very likely because of this reason." Lin Jai frowned and examined the pajamas carefully. She bought this pajama during her last outing with Zhu Tuan because she found the style novel and did not check the material in detail at that time. Aunt Zhao applied a layer of commonly used baby skin medicine to the allergic area of Zhu Tuan, and also gave a moisturizing treatment to other areas of the baby. Lin Jinyan took over the Zhu Tuan that had been treated with medicine. The little dumpling's eyes were a bit red and swollen from crying too much earlier. She hadn't slept enough, and her little mouth was pitifully pouting, with her chubby little hands obediently resting on her small belly, lacking the usual liveliness and energy. Lin Jianian's face was pale as she held Zhu Tuan in her arms, pressing her small body tightly against her chest. Qiyu gently placed her hand on Lin Jinian's shoulder and quietly comforted her. It's an accident. Just make sure to check the material before buying clothes in the future. You don't need to blame yourself. The two aunts exchanged glances and said, "Madam, the baby's immunity is low, and allergies are quite common. You may encounter allergic reactions again when introducing complementary foods in the future. Please don't worry." Lin Jinian didn't know if she had absorbed the words. She pressed her lips together, her eyes dim. She gently patted the little one in her arms. The snowball sniffed the scent on her mother, having been awakened by discomfort. Now, leaning against her mother, the snowball felt an immense sense of security. She listened to her mother's heartbeat, playfully rubbed her little face against her mother's chest, slowly closed her eyes, and sank back into dreamland. After the two aunts gently made the bed again for Zhu Tuan, Kai Yue accompanied the mother and daughter. Lin Jianian still did not put Zhu Tuan back on the bed. She held Zhu Tuan, bit her lip, and softly started chatting with Kai Yue. "You know, I really feel sorry for little babies now." Kai Yue furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, not understanding. Why? In his view, the baby only needs to eat, sleep, and play, so what's there to feel sorry for? Lin Jinian looked down at the baby in her arms. The little snowball's face was rosy and sleeping soundly, but there was medicine applied to her little arms. Lin Jinian took a deep breath. Look at her. She's so tiny and her clothes are wet from urine. The wet clothes clinging to her back must be uncomfortable, and her skin is so delicate. It must be even more sensitive than an adult's. But she's already been in that ill-fitting pajamas for over 3 hours. Lin Jinian said softly, "The little one has just arrived in this world, such a tiny bundle with no sense of security at all. Her eyesight is poor, everything looks blurry to her. She can't speak, has no self-care ability, and can only express herself by crying. Sometimes she cries to express normal needs, yet the only adult who can provide her with a sense of safety doesn't even understand her." A strange feeling crossed Kai Yue's heart, and he pressed his thin lips together without saying a word. Lin Jianian gently stroked the round little head of the cub. "So, let's give her a little more patience and be more careful when taking care of her. After all, her world has nothing, only us who gave her life." Kai Yue lowered his gaze and answered in a deep and serious voice, After the snowball fell into a deep sleep, Lin Jianian carefully placed the softly sleeping little ball back in the crib. Kai Yue urged Lin Jianian to return to the big bed to rest. But he did not expect that when he opened his eyes again, the woman who had been sleeping beside him had disappeared without a trace. It was around 6 in the morning, and the faint morning light slipped quietly through the heavy curtain seams, like a dazzling golden thread, dyeing the dim room with strands of light. Kai Yue touched the bed beside him, which had already cooled down, indicating that the person had woken up long ago. He sat up in bed with sleepy eyes, looking around in confusion. The man's gaze finally landed on the desk beside the white gauze curtain, where Lin Jinian was soundly asleep with her head resting on the table. Her curled eyelashes resembled delicate butterfly wings, her full lips slightly parted, and a cascade of silky long hair spilled over the black warrior-style marble desk. What is she busy with at night? Kai Yue frowned slightly and walked quietly towards the desk. He saw some hand-drawn design sketches scattered on the desk, and Kai Yue picked up one of the drawings, raising his eyebrows slightly. The drawing depicted a set of children's clothing designs, to be precise, infant and toddler clothing designs. It was a slanted button onesie in a little bee-color scheme, with a standing collar and a pair of detachable wings at the back. In addition to the clothes, there were matching accessories, including a delicate children's hat, a bib printed with honey patterns, double-bar cotton socks, and a pair of small and exquisite children's shoes. Kai Yue's lips curled slightly as he picked up a few more design drawings to examine carefully. This set of children's clothing design sketches is themed around animals, featuring a striped onesie with cow patterns, a flamingo split outfit, and a panda romper. Every detail is filled with a lively and playful sense of childhood, and Kai-Yue has already imagined the adorable look of his chubby cub wearing these clothes. Kai-Yue knows that Lin Jai-Nyan studied fashion design in college, but this is the first time he has seen Lin Jai-Nyan's design work. He originally thought Lin Jai-Nyan's design style would be as gentle and sweet as she is, but unexpectedly, her work style is so lively and flamboyant. He also didn't anticipate that Lin Jai-Nyan would take an interest in children's clothing design. It seems that the daughter has become her source of inspiration. At this moment, Lin Jinyan slowly woke up. Her long eyelashes trembled, and as her gaze focused, she saw Kai-Yue openly looking at her design sketch, with a hint of a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Jinyan. Lin Jai-Nyan immediately stood up and tried to grab the design drawings from Kai-Yue's hands. These are just rough sketches. Hurry and give them back to me. She had just woken up, her movements were soft and weak, and her voice was even softer. Kai-Yue deliberately held the drawings high, out of her reach, with a somewhat mischievous smile. So you like this style? Lin Jai-Nyan thought he was mocking her. Her face turned red with anger. She tiptoed, raised her hands, and tried to snatch the drawings. This pose is just right for Kai-Yue. The man pulls his long arm back, completely wrapping the petite woman in his embrace. Lin Jai-Nyan's face is just pressed against the man's solid chest, her voice sweet and muffled. I haven't finished drawing yet. Kai-Yue didn't tease her anymore. He steadily held her waist and rubbed the top of her head with his chin. Haven't slept all night. Not really, I just dozed off while lying down a moment ago. Are you still worried about Zhu Tuan? Lin Jai-Nyan lightly frowned and replied sullenly, Last night's allergy incident with Zhu Tuan made her realize that instead of randomly buying clothes for the child, it would be better to design them herself, choose good materials, and then find someone to make them. Moreover, compared to the so-called big brand children's clothing out there, Lin Jai-Nyan understood Zhu Tuan's figure and dressing needs much better. The clothes she had bought before were always unsatisfactory. They either squeezed the flesh around the belly or thighs, or the arm or leg lengths were inappropriate. In short, they just weren't well fitted enough. But the most important thing is that Lin Jinyan suddenly had a burst of inspiration last night. Inspiration is something that is elusive. If you don't catch the fleeting fragments of inspiration, it may be a long time before it comes again. She had never designed children's clothing before, but as soon as she started sketching the designs, the measurements for the little snowball's body flowed into her mind like electricity, and combined with her understanding of the daily lives of infants and toddlers, the design naturally appeared on paper. Let the snowball try it on after the finished product is made. Kai-Yue smiled above her head, and Lin Jai-Nyan could clearly feel the frequency of the man's chest vibrating. Although Kai-Yue had already embraced her with a gentle posture, she still felt surrounded by a strong sense of aggression, because after just a short hug, she felt that her entire body, including her hair, was tainted with Kai-Yue's scent, which was filled with masculine hormones. Lin Jinyan blushed and pushed him away. Just as she had tidied up the design drafts, she was suddenly lifted off the ground by the man who grabbed her waist. She let out a gasp, and her feet instantly left the ground. Afraid of falling, her 10 slender fingers could only tightly clutch the fabric on Kai-Yue's shoulders. Hey, let me go, I can walk by myself. A deep man's voice came from beside my ear. Lin Jai-Nyan, don't forget you just gave birth 3 months ago. I don't oppose you starting to work now, but you must take care of your health. You are not allowed to stay up late next time. So domineering. Not only domineering, but also double standards. He never said anything about not staying up late or taking care of her health when he wanted to bully her. After Lin Jinyan was thrown onto the bed by Kai-Yue, she still felt aggrieved and glared at the man, deliberately saying, "I don't want to sleep, I can't fall asleep at all." Because she hadn't rested well last night, her eyes were moist and soft, and the corners of her eyes had a faint hint of pink. Her glare not only lacked any lethality, but also carried an unconscious charm. Kai Yue, who had originally gotten up to prepare for work, lay back down beside Lin Jinyan, wrapped his arm around her waist, and smiled. "I can understand you." Lin Jinyan asked in confusion, "Understand what?" Kai Yue leaned close to her ear and said ambiguously, "Without my dream, you won't understand what sleeping is." Lin Jinyan. After a long while, Lin Jinyan finally thought of what to say to turn the tables. "A man like you is not worth my attention at all." Kai Yue's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Lin Jinyan bent his eyes in satisfaction and said, "Because I want to put you in the quilt." Fortunately, she secretly memorized some lines at midnight and became a witty woman for once. After finishing this sentence, Lin Jinyan fell asleep, still wearing a smile of victory after their argument. Kai Yue was amused yet irritated, wanting to pinch her face but reluctant to disturb her sleep. This woman's way of speaking gets sharper day by day. Lin Jianayan woke up once again, and it was already noon. After she finished washing up, she went downstairs to look for Zhu Tuan, and after searching for a while, she found that a certain little one was basking in the sun in the garden. Snowball is lying in the stroller with Aunt Zhao and Aunt Wang standing on either side. Aunt Zhao is holding a bottle, while Aunt Wang is holding a handbell. Both aunts are looking at the baby in the stroller, and their expressions seem a bit unusual. Lin Jinyan frowned and quickly walked into the garden, nervously asking, "Has Snowball's allergy not improved? Could it be the pajamas?" Aunt Zhao hurriedly replied, "Madam, ever since Snowball changed into those pajamas, the allergic rash has mostly faded after applying the medicine last night and this morning. From my experience, it should be completely better in a day or two." Lin Jinyan had just breathed a sigh of relief when Aunt Wang nervously said, "But Snowball doesn't seem to want to eat today. It might be entering a milk aversion phase." Lin Jinyan couldn't believe it and asked, "Weaning phase? No way." You see, Zhu Tuan is a true little foodie. When she was just a month old, she had a milk intake of 120 milliliters, and now it has increased to 200 or even 220 milliliters. Every time it's feeding time, she is full of enthusiasm. How could she possibly be weaning? Aunt Wang explained, after the baby turns 3 months old, gross motor skills develop rapidly, and visual, auditory, and other senses become sharper than ever. This causes her to realize that there are things more interesting than nursing, so she is not as focused on breastfeeding anymore. Aunt Zhao picked up the milk bottle, which still had more than half left, and sighed. She has only eaten for 20 minutes this time, yet has only consumed 50 milliliters. Lin Jianayan was surprised. Is this really the little angel baby who loves to eat? She turned her head to look at the little one who was lounging in the sun, and couldn't help but squint her eyes. Zhu Tuan was wearing a bright yellow jumpsuit today, making her look like a very fat and round little mango. Her small belly was so round that even lying down it looked plump, and poking it would make the soft flesh jiggle. The little one's attention was indeed elsewhere. She played with her left hand while her right hand played with her left, her bright, expressive eyes fixed on her 2 hands. A pair of chubby feet wrapped in yellow fuzzy socks made a high knee lift and smashed into the car, producing a loud bang. Zhu Tuan thought her little hands and feet were extremely fun. She curled her little mouth and giggled with no teeth in her mouth, and a crystal-clear drool was coming out. Lin Jinyan. What mystery do this hand and foot have? She not only has to suck every day, but also has to look at it for a long time. Lin Jianayan had no choice but to squat down, using a tissue to wipe Zhu Tuan's mouth corner, and gently advised, "Zhu Tuan, don't play while drinking milk, okay? Focus on drinking milk, don't do anything else, don't play with your hands or feet. If you eat more, you can grow up quickly. Zhu Tuan indeed stopped playing with her hands and feet, but her attention was drawn to her mother's long hair again. She stretched out her small, tender paw, gently brushing through the tips of Lin Jianian's hair, then pulled down hard out of curiosity. Zhu Tuan liked her mother's long hair and babbled in baby talk. Lin Jinian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After rescuing her hair from the enthusiastic little paws, she turned back to Aunt Zhao and said, "Give me the baby bottle, I'll give it a try." Aunt Zhao handed the reheated milk to Lin Jinian. Lin Jinian gently brought the pacifier to the little mouth of the snowball. At this time of year, the snowball would usually let out a cry and then open its little mouth, gulping down milk. But today, the snowball turned its little face to the other side and made a grimace. It is evident that her attention has once again been attracted by other things. Lin Jinian switched the pacifier to the other side again, and the snowball reacted even faster, quickly turning her little face away. She not only winked and made faces, but also squeezed her chubby little face into a soft, squishy ball, her smile a little sly. Two small hands stretched to the chest, creating a circular motion by herself. Lin Jianian couldn't help but laugh. "Zhu Tuan, your action is just like mixing tracks at a DJ booth." Zhu Tuan didn't know anything about mixing tracks, but she knew that her mom and aunt thought she was very cute. She had a strong desire to perform, looking just like a dramatic actor. Not only was her facial expression rich, but she also kept talking non-stop with a baby talk. Lin Jinian felt that she shouldn't focus on her too much anymore, so she shifted her gaze away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The snowball was surprisingly quiet. Lin Jinian frowned and turned to take a look. His eyes widened in disbelief. All he saw was Zhu Tuan, lying in the stroller in a proper sleeping position, her small brows furrowed inward, her little chest sticking straight out, and her expression very serious. Lin Jinian was unable to accept her new expression and pose. He rubbed his forehead and helplessly said, "Zhu Tuan, let's stop acting. How about drinking some milk?" Zhu Tuan ignored her mother, her cheeks rosy. She pouted her small lips and gave her mother a serious look, a bit pretentious. Lying there is a soldier. It's been more than 3 months. It wouldn't do to not have something profound and mysterious, Tilda. In the end, the snowball began to drink milk under the deception of the adults. Lin Jiliang sat with the snowball in her lap, gently offering the pacifier to the little round face with puffy cheeks. Even while drinking milk, the little round face was restless. She held the milk bottle with one hand in a slightly awkward position, her sly, bright eyes moving around, filled with curiosity about everything around her. A light blue butterfly fluttered gracefully over her head, catching Snowball's attention. She raised her little hand and waved it towards the direction where the butterfly danced. For a moment, she forgot that she was drinking milk, opening her mouth as if to talk to the little butterfly. Who would have thought that the butterfly did not stop to accompany her, and the Snowball accidentally choked on the milk because of this action? Cough, cough. Lin Jinian saw this and quickly pulled out the nipple, panicking and saying, "Snowball, are you okay?" Cough, cough, woo-woo. Snowball's mouth coughed out milk, her small nose was bright red, and her big eyes instantly filled with tears. Aunt Zhao was quick-witted, immediately pulled out a tissue, and gently wiped the milk stains from Snowball's mouth, while helplessly explaining to Lin Jinian, "Snowball is like this at this stage. Besides drinking milk, she is also very curious about many things around her. Her mind is quite adventurous." After recovering from the choking on milk, Snowball got angry. She directed all her anger towards the culprit, the milk bottle. I saw her little hands and feet waving non-stop, babbling in a baby language only she could understand, as if she were demanding something from the milk bottle. Zuduan even extended her strong physical attack weapon, the big pig hoof, toward the milk bottle to attack. With a bang, Zuduan made a fierce hiney slam move, trying to intimidate the milk bottle that bullied her. However, the milk bottle wasn't scared. Instead, her own little foot hurt from the impact, and even her black and white polka dot socks were rubbed off. Zuduan, feeling wronged, cried out with a wah, and crystal-like tears rolled down her peach blossom cheeks, while her little pink fists were tightly clenched into two small round balls. Lin Jinyan, all right then. Throwing a little tantrum is just a princess's daily routine. Lin Jinyan hurriedly picked up the little troublemaker and wandered around the garden, trying to divert her attention. The early spring garden, having endured a winter of bleakness, now revitalizes with bright and vibrant energy. Zutuan, do you like the early spring trio of flowers? This is foxglove, that is large flowering columbine, and this is lupin. Lin Jinyan admired the flowers that had just arrived a few days ago, gently explaining to her child, Mom's favorite is the blue large flowering columbine. Its shape is like a group of flying swallows. What about you, Zutuan? Which pot of flowers do you like? Zutuan let out a very soft ow sound. Although tears were still hanging on her curled eyelashes, her bright and sparkling big eyes had already been captivated by the brightly colored flowers. Lin Jinyan's gaze fixed on the pink little face of Zutuan, who was bouncing around. In the early spring sunshine, the fuzz on her little face was clearly visible, like a juicy peach. Lin Jinyan's eyes continued to move downward, from the small, chubby belly that Zutuan had pushed out, all the way down to her little feet that she hadn't yet put socks on. The tender little feet are slightly shining under the sunlight, radiating a subtle gloss. New skin feels great. Lin Jinyan, feeling playful, deliberately brushed the green leaves with the soles of her feet while hugging the snowball. The soles of my feet are itchy. The snowball twisted and squeezed her two little bread feet, wanting to escape from the foot massage that the leaves were giving her, but unexpectedly it got itchier the more she rubbed. Giggling. Looking at the side profile of Zio Shin, who was laughing so hard that it looked like flowers were shaking, Lin Jinyan's mood became especially bright. Fat babies heal everything. Ever since the snowball entered its 3-month age, Lin Jinyan was pleasantly surprised to notice new changes in the little guy every day. She truly experienced the meaning of the phrase changing with each passing day. She no longer focuses on nursing. She often plays a bit then eats a bit with a strong playful spirit. Just the slightest movement from others or even a little sound can easily divert her attention. In terms of gross motor skills, Snowball's progress is even more remarkable. She keeps her head up for longer periods, and her rolling movements have become increasingly smooth. Initially, she could only struggle to roll from her back to her stomach, and even then, only to the right. But now, she has not only started trying to roll to the left, but even manages to strive to roll back from her stomach to her back. Everyone no longer dares to leave this little one, who is unpredictable in her rolling, alone on a large bed without guardrails. There are many small details that indicate Zhu Tuan is growing up, such as her love for chewing on little hands, making a pakai sound while eating. She loves to laugh and can babble in baby talk with her parents for several minutes. She has a special fondness for the color red, and whenever she sees a red object, her eyes will follow it. Furthermore, Zhu Tuan's personality is becoming increasingly quirky, and Lin Jinyan sometimes doubts how much she really understands, because she seems to understand quite a bit. At night, when Kai Yue has not yet returned home, Lin Jinyan is coaxing Zhu Tuan to sleep on the big bed. The lights in the house are controlled by the AI butler, and the bedroom lights have been adjusted to a gentle pre-sleep mode. Snowball has long bid farewell to daytime naps, lying obediently on the bed, snuggled beside her mother. She is propping up her round little belly, her big eyes half closed, and the little one is drowsy. Lin Jinyan wrapped her arm around Snowball, gently patting her to sleep, but her eyes were not idle. She was focused on her phone, looking at other people's children's clothing designs. We chat chimed twice in succession. Lin Jinian opened WeChat, and a strange message from someone popped up. Chiyu, I'm starting to doubt my phone is broken. How have I not received your message all day? This man has been speaking more and more strangely lately, and Lin Juhian clearly feels the heat rising in her cheeks. Lin Juhian, I'm just coaxing the snowball to sleep. Chiyu, I've missed you. Lin Jinian's mouth slightly curled up, deliberately replied, I roll / Kai Yue, I heard that if you don't take the initiative, there won't be any stories, so I came to give it a try. Kai Yue, have you missed me? Shortly after, he sent a photo of his desk working overtime. In the photo, a silver-gray French cuff is adorned with a dark green and gold Hermes cufflink, the veins on the back of the man's hand slightly bulging, and his distinctly knuckled fingers casually holding a fountain pen. The entire picture exudes a kind of abstinent, yet subtly seductive sensuality. Lin Jinian blushed, enlarged the photo, and scrutinized it closely, momentarily forgetting to reply to the message. A quick follow-up message from Kai Yue arrived, /smile / He used a look to silently urge her to express her opinion. This ambiguous conversation made Lin Jinian's heart race uncontrollably. She really didn't know how to flirt with a man, so she could only respond randomly. I admit you have some good looks, but all I have in my heart is my career and the people's struggle. Kai Yue. Kai Yue, okay, you win. Even through the screen, one can imagine Kai Yue's jaw clenched in anger. Lin Jinian blushed and exited WeChat. What else could she say? Should she really express that she missed him too? That would be too cheesy, wouldn't it? Lin Jinian was pondering quietly when she suddenly noticed that the little dumpling beside her seemed to be silent, thinking that the cub had already fallen asleep. Just as Lin Jinian was about to get up and cover Zhu Tuan with a blanket, she unexpectedly met a pair of bright, round eyes. After being caught, the bright eyes seemed to evade her gaze, and Lin Jinian could even read a hint of guilt from them. Snowball twisted her neck into an awkward position, sneaking a peek at her phone screen. Lin Jinian. Lin Jini turned the phone screen down. Little friend Kaizu, this is not something you should be looking at. Your task now is to obediently go to sleep. Snowball's little mouth pouted into an innocent curve, her expression even a bit awkward. She quickly turned her head in another direction, pretending she hadn't looked at all. Lin Jinian raised her eyebrows slightly, finding it quite amusing in her heart. She picked up her phone again, pretending to continue looking, but actually keeping a close eye on the little fellow beside her. Sure enough, the little one who had been busy dodging just now secretly turned its head back, its big eyes sparkling with excitement, staring at the screen with a face full of enthusiasm, almost drooling. This shiny, glowing toy seems really fun. Even the snowball wants to play with it. Lin Jinian couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she wasn't mistaken. This little one was truly sneaking a look at the phone. She hastily locked her phone, while the snowball repeated the innocent yet flustered movements from before, even stretching out its little white paws to scratch its small head with soft hair, seemingly trying hard to pretend that the incident of peeking at the phone had never happened. The chubby little face was squished into the shape of a crayon Shin-chan, cute and adorable. Lin Jinian couldn't help but wonder, is this little one really only 3 months old? Why is it like a peach spirit that has cultivated for 100 years? Lin Jinian had no choice but to set her phone to Do Not Disturb mode and place it on the bedside table. She gently kissed the snowball's head and held the soft little bundle, closing her eyes to sleep. Without a phone to sneak a peek at, the snowball clenched her tiny fists, a bit annoyed as she let out a wow, but then could not resist the overwhelming drowsiness. Pressing close to her mother's warmth, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Jinian did not expect that when this little one was awake, she resembled a peach spirit, but after falling asleep, she transformed into a drill spirit. Although the little one is sleeping, its body can still squirm like a power drill to sniff out mom's scent. The snowball constantly changes its position in various bizarre ways, transforming from sleeping horizontally to vertically, never resting for a moment. It's like a little power drill, pushing Lin Jinyan into the corner of the big bed. The house is several thousand square feet, but the little one occupies 1 square foot with Mom. On a 2-meter-4 wide bed, a very small yet incredibly arrogant little one occupies 2 meters and only leaves her 30 centimeters of space. Lin Jinyan had no choice but to sit up cautiously, stabilizing her last bit of territory, planning to hug the snowball back to her small compartment later. She casually picked up the phone on the bedside table, intending to take another look at other people's children's clothing designs, but found that many unread messages suddenly surged in the group chat with her close friends. After clicking in, she realized that in less than 20 minutes, there were already over 99 new messages in the group chat. After browsing through briefly, Lin Jinyan understood the background of the situation. It turned out that Wang Siwen had resigned today. The current minister had not only shamelessly monopolized her achievements in front of the leadership, but had also deliberately assigned her a large amount of overloaded work, clearly forcing her to leave. Wang Siwen could no longer tolerate it and resolutely submitted her resignation in anger. Wang Siwen had a belly full of things she urgently needed to talk about, so she invited everyone in the Zuduan's close auntie group to come out to the bar for drinks. A few close friends responded enthusiastically. Lin Jinyan glanced at the deeply sleeping Zhu Tuan on the bed and said in the group, "I'll hand Zhu Tuan over to the aunt. I'll be there in 40 minutes. Yang Xuan, okay, we'll wait for you at Blue Wave. I'll order you a non-alcoholic drink first." Lin Jinyan replied with an okay, then carefully carried Zhu Tuan to the nursery, explained to the 2 aunts that she was going out, and also sent a message to Kai Yue. Having not been to a bar for a long time, Lin Jinyan picked and chose in the cloakroom, and finally changed into a fitted little black dress. The hem was decorated with lively tassels, and the back was slightly hollowed out. At first, Lin Jinyan planned to just take a small diamond handbag and go out, but just before heading out she suddenly had a brilliant idea. She switched to a larger capacity tote bag and hurriedly stuffed her recent children's clothing design sketches and a children's clothing sample she had just finished making into the bag. Everything was ready, and Lin Jinyan headed straight for Blue Wave. When she arrived, several of her girlfriends had already started drinking. Wang Siwen sat in the middle, surrounded by a few good friends chatting with her on either side. Her cheeks were tinged with a slight blush from inebriation, and her face bore both the relief of escaping from suffering and a hint of confusion about the future. "What, you want to start an online children's clothing store?" In the booth at Blue Wave Bar, after everyone took turns comforting Wang Siwen, Lin Jinyan suddenly brought up her idea of starting a children's clothing store. Lin Jinyan took a sip of her non-alcoholic drink and succinctly said, "Last time we met, I got inspired, and then with other things happening, I suddenly came up with this idea. Later, I made the first round of samples using my own designs and had little Zhu Tuan try them on. Guess what? The results were surprisingly good. You could say they were stunning." Lin Jinyan showcased a video of Zhu Tuan trying on a new outfit, which immediately elicited gasps from several aunts. Zhu Tuan lay on the bed, her head held up at a steady 90 degrees, with her rosy little face looking very plump. Her round, chubby body was wrapped in a small bee-colored onesie with an asymmetrical collar, and a delicate headpiece adorned her little head, with a pair of transparent wings behind her. The little dumpling seems to have been born to love the camera. She smiles at the lens, her sparkling eyes curving beautifully. "Oh my, this little bee is just too adorable. Look, is she shaking her legs? This little one can actually shake her legs, ha 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 ha. Shake a few more times and let's see if we can shake her out of the screen to play with. Speaking of which, I've been increasingly tired of men lately. Is there any way to have such a cute one without going through a man?" "There are ways. However, the quality of sperm banks in the country is really concerning. It would be better to consider going abroad to pick a tall, blonde, blue-eyed person with good genes. Don't, it's still the most cost-effective to play with a friend's child directly. Lin Jinan noticed the discussion had gone off topic again and immediately redirected everyone's thoughts. She handed her sample of children's clothing to her friends for inspection and bragged. The material of this clothing is a class 100% pure cotton. The elasticity of the neckline and the room for movement in the crotch have been verified by Zhu Tuan's wearing it. Moreover, cough cough, my design style is really not inferior to that of big-name children's clothing, but the price is definitely much more affordable than that of big-name children's clothing. Although big-name children's clothing is of good quality, the brand premium is too severe. Take several well-known leading children's clothing brands and popular online shops in the market right now, for instance. Some styles are priced even higher than adult clothing, which is truly puzzling. Lin Jinan looked at Wang Siwen and hinted, from my preliminary understanding, if you want to assemble a startup team for a children's clothing online store, 2 or 3 people can get started. Wang Siwen's previous company was involved in e-commerce for women's clothing. She nodded and said, actually, 2 people can just get started. One founder store manager will be responsible for core product design and supply chain coordination, and then another operations director to manage product listings and data monitoring. As for other aspects like brand marketing, customer service, and logistics, they can all be outsourced. Wang Siwen pondered for a moment and added, I happen to have some connections and can collaborate on a small batch flexible supply chain, with the first order starting at 50 to 100 pieces. Lin Jinyan's eyes lit up. She put her arm around Wang Siwen's shoulder, raised her glass, and asked Siwen, if you don't have any other plans for now, why don't we give it a shot together? Wang Siwen was indeed amazed by Zhu Tuan's fitting video, and the finished children's clothing designed by Lin Jinyan. Her mood, which had been confused and low due to unemployment, was now reignited with fighting spirit. She spoke with determination and excitement. I really think this is feasible. Let's give it a try. Even if we fail, it won't be a big deal. You can be the store manager, and I'll be the operations manager, and little Zhu Tuan will be our exclusive child model for the store. Lin Jinyan clinked glasses with Wang Siwen, smiling. Zhu Tuan probably didn't expect to have a job at such a young age. Ha ha ha, if this brand really takes off because of Zhu Tuan, then we definitely need to give the little one a promotion, raise her pay, and share some equity. Besides Wang Siwen, the other friends also eagerly rubbed their hands together, planning to invest and join in. Everyone excitedly discussed the future of the children's clothing store, and eventually, Lin Jinyan raised her glass. Besties, we need to stand side by side and become better versions of ourselves together. So I declare that our children's clothing squad is officially established today. Everyone cheered and finished their drinks, and Lin Jinyan's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Zhai, your husband is here to check up on you. Lin Jinyan blushed and stood up under the teasing gazes of her friends, quickly picking up her phone and walking to the quiet hallway to answer the call. On the other end of the call, there was the sound of a pen cap being closed, along with the faint rustling of a tie. Lin Jinyan knew without looking that Kai Yue was getting ready to leave work. She could imagine the man tightening the cap of the pen with his bony fingers, while his face showed impatience as he pulled on his tie. The sharp line of his jaw would tighten slightly with the motion of pulling the tie, and his prominent Adam's apple would roll up and down accordingly. Sure enough, the next moment, Kai Yue's voice came through. I'm getting ready to leave work now. Send me your location and I'll come pick you up. Guessing what Kai Yue was doing made Lin Jinan inexplicably feel a bit better. She bit her lip and chuckled to herself, softly responding with "ohm." Kai Yue quickly arrived at the Blue Wave bar. He was dressed quite formally today, wearing a silver-gray shirt paired with a black vest. His long, straight legs were encased in high-quality gray suit pants, and the corner of a beautiful, wild tattoo pattern peeked out from his cuff. Zio Menki lightly nudged Lin Jinyan's shoulder and said, "Wow, your husband looks just like he did in high school. He stands out wherever he goes." A few close friends teased with playful smiles, saying, "Zai Zai, you eat so well. Aren't you worried about indigestion?" Lin Jinyan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to their intentional teasing, and shifted her gaze towards someone who was just coming from the bar. The man who walked in through the bar's door, just like she had done countless times during her high school years. The bar's lighting was dim, but as soon as this man appeared, 90% of the women and some men with different orientations would fix their gaze on him. The man had strikingly handsome and intense features that were bold and unrestrained. Even in a formal suit, his demeanor remained arrogant. He was the type who you could tell at a glance would be difficult to win over. But it turned out that the arrogant guy wasn't unattainable. He had already been taken by someone else. Everyone saw that the cool guy draped his suit jacket over a woman. No one could see her specific appearance clearly, only her waterfall-like long hair and slender straight calves. The man's tall figure of 19 meters completely enveloped her with a possessive posture. He put his arm around the petite woman and walked out of the bar. Due to the experience during pregnancy, Lin Jinyan has long been accustomed to this intimate walking posture with the two of them. She even took the initiative to link her arm with Kai Yue's, her whole body leaning softly against the man's side, excitedly sharing her future plans for the children's clothing store with him. Jai Yue mostly listens, occasionally responding with an "oh" or offering a few clever suggestions from different angles. The two people chatted their way to the parking lot. The driver is off today, so Kai Yue is driving himself. He is behind the wheel of a charcoal black McLaren P1. As Lin Jinyan just sat in the passenger seat and hadn't had the chance to elaborate on her energetic entrepreneurial plan to Kai Yue, she was suddenly held by the back of her head by the man and kissed as she was pressed down into her seat. A wave of masculine energy rushed in, and Lin Jinyan weakly attempted to push him away with both hands resting on his shoulders. No way, this man's ability to change his expression is really fast. Just a second ago, he was talking about the data-driven operation of online stores, using Google Analytics to analyze traffic sources and optimize ROI. The next second, he treated her like this and that. Not even a second to prepare for the transition. Her tongue felt numb from being sucked, the air in her chest seemed to be almost crushed out. Lin Jinyan's face was very red. She breathed slightly, her eyes filled with tears, and her mouth occasionally leaked out faint whimpers. "I don't know whether I actually like it or reject it." Kai Yu made the kiss deeper and heavier, biting her full lower lip and gently releasing it when she gasped in pain, then brushing over her sensitive palate, suddenly sucking on the tip of her tongue when she lost her senses. Lin Jinyan was brought to tears by this chaotic kiss, feeling the man's scorching breath close at hand, almost melting her like a furnace. His hand was also restless, like a sticky snake, wrapping around her waist and continuing to wander upward. Lin Jinyan covered her mouth and shook her head with a blush. "No, we can't do that here. This is an open-air parking lot near the bar, with people passing by at any moment." Kai Yue released her. His shirt buttons had also loosened by two, the front of his shirt slightly wrinkled, his gaze fixed on Lin Jinyan's face, with a dull light bursting from his reddened eyes. Lin Jinyan sat obediently in the passenger seat, looking as if she had been badly bullied. Her dark, beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her lips swollen, and her cheeks tinted with a tempting blush. Even though she tried hard to fix the messy little black dress that had been disheveled, it couldn't hide the marks left by the black silk stockings around her thighs, nor the soft, porcelain-like skin that was revealed. "Dressed so beautifully, did anyone else see you tonight?" A wave of pent-up heat suddenly rushed to his head, and Kai Yue's gaze darkened. His thin lips curled into an ambiguous smile. "Don't worry, not here." Lin Jilin let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this man finally wasn't expressing his feelings anywhere and anytime. But she quickly sensed something was wrong, as she realized that Kai Yue's direction was not the way home at all. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car into the mountains. There was not a single car on the winding mountain road at night, and Lin Jilin watched helplessly as the altitude outside the window increased and the city nightscape grew more distant. The car was speeding and the McLaren quickly reached the mountaintop, where there was no one around, only sparse starlight, streetlights, and the dazzling urban night view. Lin Jinian, realizing she had been trafficked into the mountains, helplessly said, "Chiyu, it's already past 12. The snowball should be waking up for her night milk soon. Why don't we hurry home?" "Don't worry, Auntie will take good care of her." Chiyu's voice seemed to be lower and hoarser than usual as he parked the car in a dark corner at the edge. Lin Jinian bit her lip trying to think of an excuse, but before she finished speaking, Lin Jinian's seatbelt was suddenly unbuckled. She let out a gasp and was directly lifted by the waist by the man in the driver's seat. She sat facing Chen Yue, her knees squeezing his narrow waist. In the sparse light, Lin Jinian clearly saw the expression in Kai Yue's eyes at that moment. His gaze carried a sharp curve, and the dark eyes were filled with heat, dangerous and domineering. Lin Jinian still wanted to argue for herself, but the next second, her lips were blocked by the man again. Click, the back was heavily pressed against the steering wheel. What greeted her was a kiss like a fierce storm, her hands pressed against his chest, her long neck arched back, enduring the ferocious affection. The man held her in his arms like a predator with its prey, not giving her any chance to escape, his possessiveness so strong that it almost crushed her. The two bodies are closely pressed together, the black short skirt is lifted, unable to hide anything. He ran his calloused palm over her thin black stockings, touching and touching until the stockings were torn into threads, completely ruined. He tore open her pink pure cotton fabric again, pressed it down with his rough fingertips, and then rubbed it maliciously. Lin Jai's eyes widened in surprise, sobbing as she tried to bring her legs together, but it felt as if her life was being gripped by someone, making it impossible for her to do so. "Want to merge and retreat?" Lin Jai Nian bit her lip and nodded pitifully. That's easy to say." A trace of expectation flashed in Lin Jinian's eyes, thinking he had let her go unexpectedly. She was flipped over again. Although she was still sitting on Kai Yue's lap, her chest was pressed against the steering wheel. Kai Yue slowly took off his tie, leaned forward, wrapped his arms around her, and securely tied her knees with the tie. The aluminum square box flashed by beneath her eyelids. Lin Jinian was trapped, shaking all over. She heard the man whispering in her ear, his gentle, low voice conveying an irresistible strength. "Am I considerate? This way you can close up and retreat. Consider it my foot. Woo-woo bastard." The man's large palm firmly supported her waist, pressing down with an undeniable force. Lin Jiayer's lower lip was bitten, tears welling up in her eyes, and her pink fingertips tightly clenched the edge of the steering wheel. Besides the discomfort of the foreign object intruding, she felt like she was going to be burned to death. "The heat spreads throughout my body, as if I were put into an oven. Every inch of my skin is burning." She wanted to struggle to stand up, but her waist was tightly encircled by the man's arms, and her legs were restrained by the tie, making it impossible to move. All she could do was emit some broken cries from her throat. A mischievous low laugh came from her ear. "Lin Jinian, you can't tell what we're doing from the outside, just as long as you don't make too much noise." In this remote wilderness, if someone were really to pass by at this moment with a flashlight shining into the car, they would only see a well-dressed couple, the woman sitting on the man's lap, with the man resting his chin on the woman's shoulder, like a couple in love whispering sweet nothings. No one would know the alluring scenery in the driver's seat, like how her sheer black stockings were violently pulled into threads by his fingers, while her soft black skirt intertwined with his crisp gray suit pants, staining a large area deeper. Lin Jinyan cursed the dogman Kai Yue 100 times in her heart, but she couldn't utter a single word. The body temperature was being baked, yet the sweet juice squeezed out still came on strong, showing no signs of stopping. Lin Jinyan cried, unsure if it was from anger or some other reason. All things considered, this is only their second time. Lin Jinyan was enduring a minor yet exceptionally unbearable close attack while vigilantly watching out the window, her moist eyes filled with a complex mix of fear, tension, and an unusual intensity, praying that no one would come within a kilometer radius. Due to constantly accommodating Lin Jinyan's cowardice, Kai Yue was controlling his movements. Veins were standing out on his forehead, sweat was dripping, and when he could no longer bear it, he would lower his head and bite her delicate shoulder, planting roses on it. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. Kai Yue sneered in his heart. Fool, this area is his private territory. No one would ever pass through. However, he wouldn't tell her that now, because she doesn't know how charming she looks at this moment, trembling with fear, nervous and scared, yet faintly more excited than usual. Due to the overly stimulating environment, Lin Jinyan unconsciously clenched particularly tightly, and both of them reached the same moment. The car is filled with alternating sounds of breathing and a damp, complex smell. Lin Jinyan was draped in a men's suit jacket, lying on Kai Yue like a boneless figure, her eyes and skin tinged with a layer of pink, and her messy hair was dampened by either her sweat or his. After a long time, Lin Jinyan finally regained her senses from that strong sense of impact. She nudged her nose against Kai Yue's chest and lazily said, "Kai Yue, you've changed so much since high school." Kai Yue raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, Lin Jinyan recalled many past events and slowly said, "You were so aloof in high school, always acting so proud and never playing with the girls. When girls tried to talk to you, you would give them the cold shoulder, and when they gave you gifts, you wouldn't accept them at all." Kai Yue's brow furrowed slightly. "Is there?" Lin Jinyan didn't know what she remembered. She sat up from his chest and blurted out, "There is, I clearly saw it. Just as the words were on her lips, Lin Jinyan suddenly stopped, then lowered her eyelids. She recalled that towards the end of her second year in high school, the class flower from the neighboring class gave Kai Yue a gift, and he refused without hesitation, even keeping both hands stuffed in his uniform pants pockets. He made it clear that he never accepts any gifts from girls and asked her not to spend money on him in the future. Although Kai Yue's tone was humble and polite, the class flower still ran away crying. At that time, Lin Jinyan was hiding around the corner of the corridor, listening closely to this scene and those words. She lowered her eyes, almost crushing the box of chocolates wrapped in pink gift paper and a letter without a signature that she was holding. She silently watched the boy's back. The 16-year-old boy was tall and slender, with the breeze puffing up his white school uniform. Even his silhouette was filled with a youthful, unstoppable vitality, as if nothing in the world could make him stop. He is so dazzling, he definitely wouldn't like her, right? The timid and shy girl ultimately didn't have the courage to take that step. She silently stepped back, holding the chocolate and letter, and quietly turned away. At that time, she didn't know that her chocolate was left in the drawer until it melted, and what was waiting for her was Kai Yue's suddenly announced news of going abroad. This regret hidden in her heart would forever be buried in her youthful years. Giant Lin Jinyan was lost in thought, and Kai Yue waved his hand in front of her, puzzled. "What did you just want to say?" Lin Jinyan lifted her face and huffed lightly. "Nothing." She wouldn't admit that she secretly had a crush on him during high school. Otherwise, everything since their reunion would seem like she had planned it all along. "Let's go, hurry home." Lin Jinyan moved back to the passenger seat from Kai Yue and urged, "It's time to go home and take care of the kids." Kai Yue helped Lin Jianayan fasten his seatbelt and started the car. The dim streetlights flickered, casting shadows on Kai Yue's sharply defined face, as a hint of unrecognized regret and loneliness flashed through the man's narrow eyes. Was Lin Jianayan just talking about how he never accepts gifts from girls? If it's not a gift from someone he likes, why would he accept it? However, he wouldn't admit to Lin Jianayan that he had secretly had a crush on her back in high school, because that would make him look like a fool. Kai Yue rolled down the car window, and the cool breeze outside dissipated the lingering, ambiguous fragrance inside the car. Afterwards, he turned on the car's audio system, and the strong rhythmic music echoed in the narrow space. It drowned all the unfinished words between the two of them. Back at home, Lin Jinyan, feeling sore all over, fell into a deep sleep, sleeping until the next morning. She was awakened by a soft and glutinous baby voice. "Yaya tilde da da tilde." Lin Jinyan opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a round, plump face like a pink steamed bun, with the scent of milk lingering from the chubby baby. The steamed bun face was right above her, and the snowball didn't know how she ended up lying on her mother's body. From Lin Jinyan's perspective, you can see the double chin of this little one, with a transparent drool hanging from her cherry blossom pink mouth, and it looks like the drool is about to drip down. Lin Jinyan. Zhu Tuan discovered that her mother was awake, and she was extremely happy, her big eyes curved like a crescent moon, laughing out loud with a keek. With that laugh, the drool from the corner of her mouth dripped onto Lin Jinyan's neck. Lin Jianayan helplessly yet fondly smiled, took a tissue from the bedside table to wipe her mouth, and gently chatted with the little one. "Baby, why are you up so early? Were you calling for mommy to get up?" Zhu Tuan plaintively howled. Last night when she got up in the middle of the night, she found that mommy and daddy were not at home, and she was coaxed to sleep by the aunt. The little one grabbed the bed sheet with her round, chubby white paws, her plump little legs bent, and then she angrily slammed down onto the bed. Paired with her dreamy mermaid princess-colored jumpsuit that she wore today, she looked like a round and chubby little mermaid with a very bad temper at this moment. The fat cub is so cute. Lin Jinyan couldn't help but hug the little chubby mermaid Zuduan in her arms and gave her a peck on her chubby little face. Fragrant and sweet, soft and fluffy, just like a big loaf of bread. In Lin Jinyan's mind, a phrase that he didn't know where he had seen flashed by. Such toothless creatures should be gnawed, sucked, rubbed, and pecked at by everyone. Zuduan leaned softly against her mother's embrace, obediently letting her mother kiss her. Not only did mom kiss her, but she also sucked on her cheeks, smelled her little hands, and even gently sucked on her round, little belly. Being tightly hugged by her mom in an enthusiastic and somewhat abnormal way, although Zhu Tuan chuckled, she was actually quite speechless inside. Oh dear, why are adults so strange? This family never gives her a moment of peace. The little friend Zhu Tuan, who is overly worried about this family, soon couldn't smile anymore, because she was picked up by her dad from the bed. Mom seemed to be angry with dad. As soon as she saw him, she angrily threw a pillow at him, complaining that she originally wanted to take Zhu Tuan out for outdoor activities today, but couldn't go out because she felt unwell. Dad apologized to Mom and promised, "I'll take her out to get some sunshine today. You rest, and don't worry, I'll take care of her." Zhu Tuan was furious. She clenched her little pink fists and kept hitting Dad's shoulder. "Ow tilde. Why has no one asked for her opinion? Is it because they think she can't speak like an adult? HMPH, it's clearly the adults who are too dumb. They can't even understand baby talk." The snowball formed into a soft, powdery sphere, and her cherry blossom pink little mouth was tightly pursed. She wanted to see where her dad would take her to play. If the place they go to isn't fun, then she will make a huge fuss. Kai Yue took Snowball out, examining the sulking and difficult-to-please little ball, and said, "Today I'm taking you to ride bikes and play ball with my friends. Are you excited?" Snowball didn't know what riding bikes and playing ball meant. She pouted and let out a small grunt. Kai-Yue frowned, amused despite himself. How many faces does Snowball really have? Acting spoiled and trying to please in front of Mom, but being pretentious and cold in front of him. However, Kai-Yue didn't expect that Zhu Tuan would soon change into a third persona. He took Zhu Tuan to Luo Wen Cycling Club. The club was holding a welcome party, and today a new member came in, a very handsome mixed-race boy who was only 16 years old. The handsome young man just joined the club on his first day. He was wearing cycling clothes, chatting with everyone, and his smile was gentle and shy. When Zhu Tuan saw the handsome young man, her big eyes lit up and her whole demeanor changed. The little girl leaned against her dad, her eyes sparkling, and her small face soft and well-behaved. She waved her little round paw at the handsome young man, eagerly babbling away, turning into a naturally sweet little angel. The mixed-race handsome young man felt a bit flustered, overwhelmed by Zhu Tuan's enthusiastic sweetness. After Zhu Tuan finished talking to the handsome guy, she tugged at her father's sleeve, her big eyes twinkling, expressing her inner joy to her father in baby talk. Kai-Yue, what's wrong? Li Mingzhu, who witnessed the whole thing, said sarcastically, Uncle has met you so many times, but I've never seen you so enthusiastic. And Liu Wen hit the nail on the head. You still don't understand. It's because Zhu Duan is a face lover. Li Mingzhu, huh? No, are you being polite? And Liu Wen added with a smile. It seems that liking handsome guys knows no age. I rode on the mountain 3 times this month, and I feel like my power is completely gone. Not long ago, it was freezing cold, and many people parked their cars. Now you can easily pull a bunch of people when you go out. Next time we go to the mountain, let's team up and ride in a small train. Kai-Yue will break the wind and you all can draft behind. Zhang Jai, what's your average speed? The mixed-race handsome guy is named Zhang Jai. He has high nose and deep-set eyes with slightly curly hair. He belongs to the shy type, slightly blushing as he said, around 40. Li Mingzhu patted Zhang Jai's shoulder and laughed casually. Speaking of which, at your age, Kai-Yue was already selected into the youth team of the World Touring Motorcycle Team to participate in international competitions. And Liu Wen also said, Zhang, little brother, haven't you always said that Kai-Yue is your idol? Your idol is right in front of you today. You should learn from him well. Seeing that this new club member was so shy, Li Mingzhu wanted to tease him even more. Kai-Yue, look at you. Not only do you have many female fans, but you also have many male fans. Today, little brother Zhang Jai came specifically to see you, right? I just wonder why they don't consider me an idol. My cycling speed isn't slow either. And Liu Wen kicked Li Mingzhu's chair leg and said, Can you stop bragging? I fed you spicy burger last time. The two have been friends since they met at Kai-Yue's wedding. Li Mingzhu gritted his teeth and said, Get lost. Last time I was the one who got hurt, otherwise I wouldn't have lost to you. Zhang Jai was publicly exposed for his hidden feelings. His face turned red with embarrassment, and he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Kai-Yue was sitting with his legs spread apart, his somewhat disheveled American-style hairstyle framing a face that looked like it had been dragged through the skies, wearing an emotionless expression of disdain. This made Zhang Jai even more nervous. His palms were sweating, and he could only silently observe his idol. At that moment, the idol was holding a doll that was completely different in temperament from him. He wrapped his well-defined wrist, marked with tattoos, around the doll's plump belly. The doll's name was Zhu Tuan, with a pair of big, sparkling eyes and a round, chubby face. She noticed the mixed-race handsome boy looking at her, so she waved her delicate little paw in the air, wriggling her chubby body from side to side, revealing a brilliant smile. Zhang Jai smiled back at Zhu Tuan, relaxed his fist and suddenly felt less tense. Zhan Jai took a deep breath, stood up, and mustered the courage to walk up to Kai Yue and strike up a conversation. "Senior Kai, hello, my name is Zhan Jai. Can I ride a circle with you later?" In front of the big pro, Zhan Jai was very nervous, but more than that, he was excited. He had regarded Kai Yue as his idol since elementary school, and today he finally met the real person. Kai Yue lifted his eyelids to examine the boy in front of him. Beneath his thin eyelids were sharp, scrutinizing eyes. Zhan Jai straightened his back, his heart racing, feeling anxious to the point that beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Is he too anxious? He went straight to the point without even a greeting, but Zhan Jai is not good with words. After what he just said, he momentarily didn't know what else to say. Just as Zhan Jai was feeling anxious, a sweet, enthusiastic little voice suddenly rang out. "Da Datilda Yaya." Zhu Tuan smiled happily, her soft, chubby face squished into a ball due to her smile. She has no teeth, and her cherry blossom pink little mouth curved into a beautiful arc. She stretched out a small tender white paw towards Zhan Jai, letting out a growl. Zhan Jai understood what Zhu Tuan wanted to express, cautiously brought one of his index fingers closer, and smiled gently at Zhu Tuan. In the next moment, the soft, chubby little palm of the Snowball firmly grasped his finger. Snowball laughed, giggle, and grabbing adults' fingers was her favorite game recently. Moreover, she was playing with a handsome and gentle big brother, which made Snowball extremely happy. This was the first time Zhan Jai had contact with a baby. He felt the baby's soft yet powerful touch, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was afraid of hurting Zhu Tuan, so he didn't dare to use any strength, letting Zhu Tuan play with his finger in a very good-natured manner. The quietly seated Kai Yue finally said to him the first sentence of the day. "Did you wash your hands?" Zhan Jai swore with another hand pointing to the sky, grinning foolishly. "I did. I just finished drinking coffee, and I specially went to wash my hands twice, even used hand soap." Kai Yue glanced at the little Zhu Tuan in his arms, who seemed to be having a great time playing. The man set down his coffee and spoke to the simple-minded boy in a calm tone. "Okay, I will take you for a ride." Zhan Jai thought he had misheard. He was nearly overwhelmed by happiness and stammered, Oh, okay." His expression remained shy, but his heart was so excited that it felt blurred. This is the legendary Kai De Pro, a figure who has been part of a professional racing team and has an average power-to-weight ratio of over 5. Being able to ride with Kai Yue once means he could brag about it in his little circle for half a year. Kai Yue stuffed the Snowball into Aunt Zhao's arm and went to the changing room to change into cycling clothes. Li Mingzhu patted Zhan Jai on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "You kid are impressive. For so many years, Kai Yue has only taken his wife with him, never any other new riders. What did you say to convince him?" Zhan Jai also looked confused. He believed his talent was mediocre, and he hadn't said anything particularly flattering, but Kai Yue suddenly agreed. At this moment, the Snowball was in Aunt Zhao's arms. She wore a cute little hat, her powdery round face was smiling, and a pair of small feet in Morandi-colored floral cotton socks were playfully kicking up and down. Li Mingzhu suddenly had a bright idea, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I see. Looks like I will have to go through this little chubby pig to ask Kai Yue for help in the future." Zhu Tuan doesn't like being called little chubby pig. She kicked her chubby little feet in protest. Li Mingzhu chuckled, still a little chubby pig with a bad temper. Zhu Tuan clenched her tiny pink fists, pouted her lips high, and fiercely shouted "Ao" at Li Mingzhu. "A champion, she's angry. If anyone dares to annoy her, she might turn into a fluffy one." Zhu Tuan quickly saw her dad come out of the changing room. Kai Yue changed into a black cycling suit, with a tattoo pattern winding around his calves. The man wore black and white silver goggles, his facial features sharp and distinct. He casually ruffled his hair and put on a futuristic silver helmet. Zhu Tuan stared with big, round eyes, looking blankly at the person in front of him, momentarily unable to recognize that this was his dad. Kai Yue pushed his orange-red Passoni with one hand and turned back to Zhu Tuan, who was strapped to Aunt Zhao's chest, saying, "Dad is going for a ride, and I'll come back to take you with me." Snowball curiously stared at this dad who didn't look much like her father, her big eyes full of curiosity. Kai Yue slightly curled his lips and reached out to pinch Snowball's face. "Why are you being silly?" Only then did Snowball confirm that the person in front of her was her dad, because only when her dad pinched her face did she feel this ticklish yet strong sensation. She opened her toothless mouth and broke into a big smile. Kai Yue let out a light scoff, swung his long leg over the orange Passoni, and Zhan Jai also got on his white trek. Everyone was watching and taking photos, exclaiming that attending the club party today was a huge win, as they could actually see Chiyu riding. Zhan Jai felt his palms slightly sweat as he didn't expect Chiyu to turn around and say to him, "Let's go." With a whoosh, a gust of wind whistled by, tousling people's hair, and the two cars set off one after the other. The orange-red Passoni seemed to flash into a dazzling red sun-like afterimage, while the white trek was pushing hard to catch up from behind, with the two cars maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, quickly disappearing around the bend of the mountain road. The crowd was cheering and discussing in a flurry of voices. "Wow, Pro Kai's cornering move is so cool. It's my first time seeing someone take a turn at over 50 in real life. Haven't you guys noticed? Pro Kai hardly exerted any effort. I guess his NP value was kept at around 80% of his FTP, clearly slowing down intentionally to assist the newcomers. Although he's a master, he is way too considerate of the newcomers. Great master, can you take me with you? Is it still time to go play with his little princess now?" In the club, Aunt Zhao, acting as the eyes, was forwarding the video of the snowball to Lin Jinyan in real time. At this moment, Lin Jinyan was with Wang Siwen, and the two were preparing to visit the first supply chain manufacturer. She received the video sent by Aunt Zhao and squinted her eyes. "I saw the snowball being surrounded by a group of handsome young men who loved outdoor activities and were full of passion and energy. The young men chatted with her one after another, using all their skills to make her smile. The little girl, surrounded by everyone, put her thumb in her mouth and sucked it, her big eyes sparkling, happily kicking her chubby legs and waving her tiny fists in the air. Her little face blossomed with a signature toothless smile, and even the little flower hat on her head was tossed away. Lin Jinyan." She helplessly smiled and texted Aunt Zhao to remind her, "Be careful while you're having fun." Oh. Soon, after riding a lap, Kai Yue returned to the starting point, casually tossing the Passoni to the side of the road and taking off his helmet. A few minutes later, Zhan Jai finally reached the finish line, gasping for breath, his legs nearly exhausted and his lungs about to burst, but he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Because under Kai Yue's guidance, Zhan Jai actually achieved his personal best record. Moreover, after getting out of the car, Kai Yue checked his vehicle, made slight adjustments to the rear toe wheel spacing, and finally softly advised him, "Do not shake the car continuously for more than 5 minutes. Practice climbing more often and don't always think about benefiting from the wind." Zhan Jai was extremely grateful and wanted to say thank you to Kai Yue, but Kai Yue had already walked over to the little princess. Ignoring Aunt Zhao's objections, Kai Yue securely strapped the snowball to his chest with a harness, pressed the smallest helmet onto the snowball's head, and smiled as he said, "Daddy will take you to play." The snowball was extremely excited, babbling in baby language, waving its little hands and legs, and its plump little face was so happy that it turned rosy. With a snowball tied to her chest, Kai Yue dared only to find a gentle path, riding at the slowest pace in history, like a tortoise. Aunt Zhao was chasing behind, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to herself that it was all over, and she wouldn't know how to explain to the madam later. The gentle spring breeze brushed against the little snowball's face, and she laughed joyfully, making a delighted sound. This was her first time seeing the world from the perspective of riding a bike. The trees by the roadside slowly retreated backwards, and the little snowball's face flushed with excitement. Caillou grinned. "Is it fun?" "It's really fun. But I feel it's not enough." The snowball patted Dad's arm, looking at him with a puzzled little eye, and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you riding so slowly?" Caillou slowly pedaled the bike. "It's already a special case to take you riding. You can't tell your mom, otherwise you will be scolded when we go back." Zootuan no longer asked her father to go faster. She was like a happy little pig, excitedly squealing, her small hands and feet swinging freely, and the whole little one was charmingly carefree. After taking Zootuan for a ride on the empty ground for 7 or 8 minutes, Caillou leisurely unbuckled the harness and handed the excited, blushing little Tuan back to Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao took the unharmed Zootuan, let out a long sigh, thinking that Caillou wouldn't take Zootuan to play like this again. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, in the billiard room on the second floor of the club, Chi once again tied the snowball, which had finished drinking milk, to her chest with a strap. He held the cue stick, leaned forward to aim at the shot, and the snowball on his chest looked like a cute little accessory. The snowball looked at the rolling billiard balls on the table and happily burped. Chi found that the snowball's plump figure was quite useful, using her to leverage the shot, and earnestly taught, "There's no such thing as free milk in this world. Everything in life comes with a price. You performed well today. You can be considered a teammate fighting alongside Dad." The snowball nibbled her little hands and obediently listened to Dad's great truths. Aunt Zhao was anxious and restless about the eyeliner. Isn't Mr. Kai being too casual? She really didn't dare to send a video report to the wife. Li Mingzhu and Liuwen couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at the sight of Caillou taking care of the child. This dad taking care of the kid is really a bit too relaxed. Snowball nestled obediently on her dad's chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat as well as the sound of the balls being hit. Her eyelids grew heavier. Her little head bobbed down like a chick pecking at rice, and soon she fell asleep. Even in her dreams, Snowball could vaguely feel her dad moving her around. Occasionally, she could hear his deep laughter and the sound of him chatting with other uncles. It was the first time Snowball fell asleep in such a noisy place, but the sounds around her wrapped around her like white noise, and surprisingly, the little one slept very soundly. And Liuwen had just scored a point and lifted his eyelids to look at the little one on Caillou's chest, saying, "Your daughter is asleep. Why haven't you put her down yet?" Aunt Zhao stood by filled with worry. "Mr. Kai, please put the baby down quickly. He is playing basketball while hanging onto the child. The cue stick is so long. What if he accidentally bumps into the snowball? Moreover, the environment in the billiard room is noisy. If Mrs. Kai were here, she would absolutely not allow her precious daughter to sleep here." Li Mingzhu teased with a smirk, "Look at him. He's addicted to being a dad, showcasing to us right here what it means to be a responsible father." Caillou frowned slightly, glancing at the two, and said in a harsh tone, "Be quiet, don't wake her up." And Liuwen helplessly nodded. All right, today for your daughter. I even made the whole venue, including the upper and lower 3 floors, smoke-free." Li Mingzhu also emphasized, "This is absolutely not a lie. Today, to meet your daughter, I didn't even dare to bring cigarettes in my pocket." Caillou satisfactorily hummed a sound and slightly lowered his gaze, landing on the little guy in his arms who was sleeping soundly. He had always carried the sleeping snowball on him, just worried that when he put her down, he might accidentally wake her up. It definitely wasn't because he really liked the feeling of the snowball nestled against his chest. The sleeping snowball has lost its usual quirky and cunning spirit. resembling a soft and well-behaved French pastry. A small bundle hanging on the chest, like holding a small heater. The warmth does not merely stay on the skin's surface but goes straight to the depths of the heart. From this angle of the pond, you can see the plump side profile of Crayon Shin-chan, his fan-like eyelashes, and his round and cute little nose tip. The man couldn't help but scoff in his heart. With such a chubby face, how can the nose still be seen? Looking up, he saw the snowball with its round shape and a little head with fine, soft hair leaning against his chest. Kai Yue could even smell the faint baby scent emanating from the snowball. Tusk, Lin Jinyan always says that the little one has a milky scent. But it clearly smells like a little chick. It has that sour, stinky kind of smell. Has Zhu Tuan not washed his hair for several days? Smelling the sour and stinky little chick flavor, Kai Yue felt increasingly refreshed, winning several rounds at the pool table. In the end, Liu Wen and Li Mingzhu both didn't want to play with him anymore. Li Mingzhu looked at Kai Yue, who had a child hanging in front of him, looking spirited, and felt jealous to the point that his teeth itched. Why is there such a genius as Kai Yue in the world? Riding fast, playing ball skillfully, and looking handsome. What made Li Mingzhu even more resentful was that he remembered that in high school, when they were about 16 or 17 and in a rebellious phase, they skipped classes together, went to internet cafes and got into fights. Even their smoking habits were developed back then. The two of them were always hanging out together back then, but Kai Yue managed to rank in the top 5 of their grade in every exam, while he could only stay at the bottom. He just couldn't understand it at that time, so he firmly believed that although Kai Yue slept in class, he must have gotten up secretly at midnight to study hard under the covers. Otherwise, how could he achieve such good results? What on earth can cure him? Just as Li Mingzhu sighed and felt emotional, the little one in Kai Yue's arms slowly woke up. The little dumpling had just woken up and was a bit cranky, with its pink little mouth pouting high, and its little fists waving constantly. The chubby little foot was very irritable as it kicked around. For no reason at all, the snow dumpling suddenly burst into tears. Li Mingzhu was stunned. Are children's emotions really so unpredictable? How could they be sleeping peacefully one moment and sobbing loudly the next? Kai Yue hurriedly took the little bundle from his front out of the sling, his brows tightly knitted as he softly comforted her. He adopted a vertical hold, supporting the little body's frame with his arm while using his other hand to steady the back of her neck to prevent her from suddenly toppling back when she cried, still muttering sweet words to coax her. Aunt Zhao was already holding the little snowball's clothes and diapers in her hand, standing by in full readiness. Li Mingzhu asked in surprise, "Does the snowball cry like this every day without any warning?" Aunt Zhao nodded and said with a nonchalant expression, "Yes, the crying of a baby is actually a manifestation of expressing normal needs, a form of communication." Li Mingzhu looked at Kai Yue's back as the man carried the snowball into the yard outside the door, constantly pacing back and forth, showing the snowball flowers and grass, and held the little one's hand so that the little guy could touch his orange-red Passoni, promising to take her cycling next time. Although Kai Yue's expression was quite unpleasant, his actions and tone conveyed an involuntary tenderness. A sly smile appeared on Li Mingzhu's face, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. Ha ha ha, after so many years, finally someone can deal with this arrogant man. The mood of the snowball comes in waves. She can be crying loudly one moment and then smiling with tears in her eyes the next. The snowball, coaxed by Daddy, was taken by Aunt Zhao to change clothes and diapers, and then was pushed outside by Daddy again to bask in the sun. The snowball changed into a set of taro purple overalls, looking like a plump little snow dessert. She lay half reclined in the stroller, staring blankly, a small bundle who didn't know what she was thinking. Kai Yue looked at this taro snow cream, with a silly expression as she gazed at the scenery, smiled, and felt a bit like teasing her. He deliberately grabbed one of Snowball's chubby legs, and Snowball let out a grunt, raising her tender little paw and pushing Daddy's hand away forcefully. He deliberately grabbed her other chubby leg. The Snowball again raised its small round paw to move Dad's hand away, while babbling and grumbling several times. "Can't grab." Kai-Yue raised an eyebrow, withdrew his hand, and wanted to see what this little one was up to. Kai-Yue saw that Zhu Tuan was using her little hands to grab her own small feet, with chubby toes wrapped in princess-style lace-edged white cotton socks. Zhu Tuan seemed to have discovered something new, and her big eyes were wide open. In the next second, Zhu Tuan placed her small foot to her ear, babbling in baby language and making a gesture as if she were on the phone. Kai-Yue. The scene was too funny. Kai-Yue immediately recorded a video of Zhu Tuan pretending to use her foot to make a phone call and sent it to Lin Zhai-Nian. Lin Zhai-Nian was having lunch with Wang Si-Wen, discussing the preliminary preparations for opening the children's clothing store. Taking advantage of the free time, she opened the short video sent by Kai-Yue. Watching Zhu Tuan using her little feet to make a phone call, Lin Zhai-Nian couldn't help but chuckle. How did she learn to make phone calls? Who taught her? Wang Si-Wen leaned over to take a look and also laughed. "Ha ha ha, your daughter is so interesting. To be honest, Zhu Tuan has great expressive ability, and at such a young age she already has a sense of the camera. In the future, our children's clothing store's promotions can rely entirely on this little model." Lin Zhai-Nian pondered. At that time, we can find some college teams to shoot short videos, which would be much more cost-effective than professional agencies. Wang Si-Wen, but first, we need to build our own private traffic. You start an account and label yourself as a children's clothing designer mom, sharing daily life and dressing tutorials of Zhu Tuan. That's simple. Lin Jinyan continued to dream about the future. Our goal is to create a bestseller. Wang Si-Wen laughed. Then we have to rely on Zhu Tuan to drive sales. While the two were joking, a call came in from Kai-Yue. The man's voice was lazy. "Where are you?" Lin Zhai-Nian felt her ears flush from Kai-Yue's slightly hoarse voice. Since last night, she had found it difficult to bear Kai-Yue's voice. Lin Zhai-Nian bit her lip and quietly reported an address. Kai-Yue asked, "It's been a long time since you rode a bike. Do you want to come over? I'll take you for a couple of laps." Lin Jinyan said angrily, "I can't ride, you know that, it hurts so much." Road bikes are designed for speed, and the seat is as narrow as a knife. Riding them usually hurts, let alone since she's injured now. Wang Si-Wen questioned in confusion from the side, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt so much?" Lin Jinyan was taken aback and awkwardly shook her head. No, I." On the other end of the phone, a man's low laughter came through, a laughter that signaled a successful prank. Lin Zhai-Nian realized that Kai-Yue was teasing her. Her face suddenly flushed with anger as she hurriedly hung up the phone. HMP8, Kai-Yue is simply detestable like a rogue. He was not like this back in high school. The thought suddenly returned to my first year of high school. At that time, Kai-Yue was very righteous towards the boys and maintained a fair distance from all the girls. He was not only polite, but also often helped his classmates in his capacity as the class monitor. Lin Zhai-Nian still remembers that one time after school, when she was practicing her Chinese class final presentation assignment alone on the playground. Although number 7 middle school places great importance on examination results, it also emphasizes quality education, and distinctive assignments are given for each subject. The distinctive assignment for the Chinese class is Poetry Conference, Life, where each student has to give a live speech lasting 7 to 10 minutes during the final presentation. Although Lin Jinyan is the representative for the Chinese class and has good Chinese grades, she is particularly afraid of speaking in front of the entire class. Every time it comes to the presentation segment, she becomes extremely nervous, dares not to look at her classmates below, and may even turn red and tremble. She was memorizing her speech and silently praying not to forget her lines when she suddenly heard a boy's laughter behind her. "Is this how you prepare for your class presentation?" Lin Jinyan was startled and quickly turned around to see the boy standing under the phoenix tree. The sneakers crunched over the overlapping leaf shadows, and the sunlight filtered through the palmate leaves, casting flowing spots of light on his white basketball jersey. Chiyu was lazily passing an orange-red basketball between his hands. Lin Jinyan's eyes carried the unique anxiety and softness of a teenage girl, mumbling, "So how should I prepare?" Kai Yue slightly raised her chin. A speech isn't just about memorizing a text. Lin Jinyan momentarily didn't know how to refute, standing awkwardly in place, her figure appearing especially delicate and thin. "Kai Yue, if you trust me as your class monitor and debate team captain, then show me your speech draft." Lin Jinyan thought for a moment and handed the speech draft to Kai Yue. Kai Yue held his palm up and said, "Lend me a pen again." Lin Jinyan hurriedly found a ballpoint pen from his backpack and handed it to him. Kai Yue took off the pen cap and quickly read through the text, making annotations on Lin Jinyan's speech draft, casually saying, "Generally speaking, a 10-minute speech should include 2 to 3 emotional high points. This paragraph is too long. Let's break it with a question." Lin Jinyan's gaze was properly fixed on Kai Yue's hand, and she didn't dare to look at his face until he finished revising the speech. She took the revised speech and whispered, "Thank you." Under the parasol tree, the young man raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, "When you stand on the podium, you can imagine that everyone's eyes turn into these parasol leaves." Lin Jinyan raised her head and happened to see the sunlight shimmering gently on the veins of the parasol leaves. "Kai Yue, if you are really nervous, just imagine your classmates as frog specimens in the laboratory." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan couldn't help but smile broadly. The boy stood against the light and finally said, "As the representative for Chinese, freedom is not a choice but an instinct. Wherever you are, you just need to treat the audience as the drafts in your sketchbook." Lin Jinyan watched her shadow grow from small to large in the sunset, as if it had transformed into a powerful giant. The sound of dribbling from the nearby basketball court gradually merged with her heartbeat. At that moment she began to like Kai Yue. The reason Lin Jinyan was so impressed by Kai Yue's words was rooted in the influence of her original family environment. When she was young, Lin Jinyan vaguely sensed that her parents' relationship was strained. Lin Songyuan and Li Suhua slept in separate rooms, communicated very little on normal days, and their occasional conversations were full of tension. To be precise, it was Li Suhua who was scolding, while Lin Songyuan was responding passively. Li Suhua has a strong personality and a very strong desire for control. All family matters must be handled according to her wishes. Lin Songyuan, on the other hand, has a cold demeanor, dedicating himself to research and immersing himself in his own world, completely ignoring family affairs. When Lin Jinyan was 8 years old, the art teacher assigned a drawing project titled My Dad and Mom, and she depicted Li Suhua and Lin Songyuan as 2 sunflowers facing away from each other. At 11, Lin Jinyan witnessed Li Suhua berate Lin Songyuan. "You have never attended a single parent-teacher meeting. Am I not busy? I have already taken leave from the department head twice this month. Have you ever spent a day caring for the child in all these years? What use are you? You might as well go back to school and live with the microorganisms." At that time, Lin Jinyan cried as she handed her parents her full-mark Chinese test paper and the art piece praised by the teacher, hoping they would reconcile. At 15, Lin Jinyan entered the 7th high school, coming into contact with a broader campus society and making a variety of new friends. At this age, she no longer cries at her parents' arguments, and the influence of her family on her seems to be weakening. In fact, it has been internalized as part of her character. She is always afraid of conflicts with her classmates, likes to carefully observe others' expression, and has a sensitive and timid personality. She doesn't dare to stand on the podium to express herself confidently and generously. One day in the second semester of her junior year, she accidentally overheard Lee Soo-hyua confiding in her aunt. Lee Soo-hyua said that if it weren't for Nyan Nyan, she would have long wanted to part ways with Lin Song-yuan. Although Lee Soo-hyua's words were mostly in frustration, Lin Jai Nyan, who was going through puberty, was still hurt by them. During those days, Lin Jai Nyan was always gloomy at school. She took the opportunity during the break to run to the rooftop and call her good friend Yang Shuang, who was far away in another country. She went on to list how cold her father usually was and how controlling her mother was over her. Feeling wronged and upset, she used some rather intense language. During her teenage years, Yang Shuang had a very dramatic personality. Not only did she listen to Lin Jian complain about her family, but she also vented about her annoying younger brother. The two best friends, separated by thousands of miles, found themselves in a heated exchange, but as they cursed, their mood gradually improved, and by the end, they were laughing through their complaints. Zai Zai, if you need anything, just call me. We don't need to cater to others. How could foolish adults understand our noble and great existence? Lin Jian smiled and said, I feel much better after venting to you. Chuny girl Yang Shuang, then let me wipe the dust from this planet. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jinyan realized there was another person on the rooftop, the class study committee member Chen Jiashu. Feeling very embarrassed, Lin Jinyan found out that an unfamiliar classmate had overheard her secret. Chen Jiashu said gently, Don't worry, although I heard the contents of your phone call, I definitely won't speak of your matters. Lin Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in thanks. She was about to leave the rooftop when the boy behind her suddenly asked, How do you feel about the way your parents treat you? Lin Jinyan turned back, her eyes full of confusion. Chen Jiashu took a step closer and asked, Do you feel sad? Lin Jai Nyan thought for a moment and answered honestly, Sometimes. Chen Jiashu adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting slightly in the sunlight on the rooftop. With a half-smile he said, I believe that to escape the misfortune of one's original family, it is most important to become strong, to strive to become powerful, to outshine everyone, and to step on everyone. Only then can one avoid being harmed, don't you think? Lin Jai Nyan frowned. The usually gentle and refined study commissioner Chen Jiashu, who appeared courteous and cultured in front of classmates, now inexplicably conveyed a sense of darkness. Before she could respond, Chen Jiashu continued, However, if they make your life difficult, you can also make them pay 10-fold or 100-fold. I can teach you how. The boy looked at the girl in front of him, and beneath his gentle smile hid a sense of self-assured arrogance. But he didn't expect that the girl would refuse without a second thought. Lin Zhuren shook her head firmly. Even though my parents always argue and it annoys me, I don't want to win over everyone, nor do I want to take revenge on anyone. I just want to focus on myself. Chen Jiashu seemed taken aback by Lin Zhuren's response, and the warm facade he had worn for too long cracked open with a fissure. Lin Jinyan looked at the clear blue sky, her gaze drifting towards the basketball court next to the gym. A person unconsciously surfaced in her mind, and she finally smiled and said, Someone once told me that freedom is not a choice but an instinct. I will not be confined to the narrow piece of land at home because I have a higher, broader sky waiting for me to explore. Although her personality sometimes caused internal struggle and oppression due to her parents, she became increasingly clear that her parents were her parents, and she was herself. She could bravely embrace the life she wanted. After all, someone once said that others are just sketches in her sketchbook. Lin Jinyan shifted her gaze back to Chen Jiashu, but the reflection on the boy's glasses made it difficult to see the emotions in his eyes. Lin Jinyan always felt that she and Chen Jiashu were not on the same wavelength, Before leaving the rooftop, she waved goodbye, saying, "Class monitor, I'm heading back to class now." "Lin Jinyan, what are you thinking about? Why are you daydreaming?" Lee Suhyua's loud voice reached her ears, pulling Lin Jinyan back from her memories to reality. "Zuduan is calling you." Lin Jinyan was taken aback for a moment. She was sitting on a sofa that had been replaced from fabric to genuine leather, while Lee Suhyua sat opposite her, holding the Snowball, which had just turned 4 months old today. Snowball just finished her milk, her round little belly sticking out as she comfortably leaned in her grandmother's arms. She waved her soft little hands at her mother, babbling away with her tiny mouth. Tilda. Since Snowball turned 3 months old, she has been talking more and more each day, like a little chatterbox, babbling baby talk to the adults for a long time every day. Her eyes are also becoming increasingly bright. At 4 months old, Snowball's vision is gradually becoming clearer. She can see objects about 75 centimeters away and can distinguish more vibrant colors. Since Lee Suhyua became a grandmother, the lines on her face seem to have softened a bit. The once stern and cold gaze now occasionally reveals a barely noticeable hint of fondness. She was holding the soft little bundle and said to Lin Jinyan, "Zuduan is much smarter than you were when you were little. I just played 3-character classic for her once, and look, Zuduan can recite it now." Zuduan smiled and waved her little round hands. "Yada." Lin Jinyan. Little Dumpling, reciting the 3-character classic, even burped with a milky taste. Lee Suhyua laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. Zuduan is really smart. His belly is full of ink. Lin Jai silently glanced at Zuduan's round little belly. She didn't know if there was ink inside the little milk belly, but it was definitely filled with milk. Lee Suhyua and Zuduan started playing hide and seek. She placed Zuduan on the baby's special soft pad and held up a book to cover her face. "Zuduan, guess where Grandma is?" Zuduan blinked her bright, shining eyes, her chubby little feet flailing around, and her small feet stomping onto the soft pad. HMPH, do the adults think she's a little fool? Of course she knows where Grandma is. Grandma is just hiding behind the book. The clever little head of Zuduan is spinning rapidly, and suddenly Grandma removes the book, revealing her face and says with a smile, "Zuduan, I'm right here." Although Zuduan finds the adults' game extremely childish, she still starts to laugh, her big eyes curving into crescent moons, her cherry blossom-colored little mouth bending, and her chubby little face squashing into a rosy apple. Zuduan laughs happily, her little belly shaking, giggling. Since the adult likes to play with her so much, she'll just cooperate and smile a little tilde. Lin Jinyan watched the interaction between the grandparent and grandchild, her gaze resting on Lee Suhyua's side profile, which was beaming with a smile. She hadn't seen her mother show such a bright, unguarded smile in a long time, as if she had suddenly become several years younger. Lee Suhyua turned her head and asked, "Lin Jinyan, didn't you say before that Snowball is at the perfect age to play hide and seek?" Lin Jinyan nodded, and the recent parenting knowledge she had crammed into her mind surfaced, and she blurted out, "That's right, Snowball can play hide and seek more now. It can promote her cognitive development and relieve separation anxiety." Lee Suhyua asked again, "What else can she play besides hide and seek?" Lin Jinyan replied, "She can play some early education games, such as rolling over exercises, grip exercises, and sensory integration training. These can enhance her gross motor skills and fine motor development." She originally thought that Lee Suhyua was just asking casually, but she didn't expect Lee Suhyua to be genuinely interested in early education games. Lee Suhyua called Lin Jinyan over. "Come over and demonstrate for me how to do the rolling over exercise." Lin Jinyan had no choice but to take out a colorful hand bell from the mommy bag and sit next to the Snowball. She gently shook the handbell beside the left ear of the Snowball, and the crisp sound of the bell rang out. The Snowball immediately turned its head to the left, but only saw the vibrant handle of the handbell. Lin Jinyan slowly shook the handbell towards the top of the snowball's head and softly said, "Snowball, this is your favorite toy. If you like it, you can turn over and take it yourself." Ding dong, ding dong. Zuduan was fully focused, concentrating on the sound of the handbell. She twisted her neck with all her might but still couldn't see it. But this didn't stump her. Zuduan exerted all the strength in her body, swinging her leg to the side and twisting her chubby body with effort. With a whoosh, Zuduan successfully turned from lying down to lying on her stomach. Lin Jinyan and Li Suhua exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile at each other. The snowball finally saw her favorite toy, her big eyes sparkling and her little face full of pride. The little chubby ball worked hard to stretch out her small round paws, her wiggly little butt swinging left and right as she moved forward with effort. In the end, the snowball finally snatched the handbell from her mother's hands. She happily kicked her little pig trotters and gave